हरितनेमिं स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्दधातु ॐ स्वस्ति न इन्द्रो वृद्धस्वाहं स्वस्ति न पूषा विश्ववेदाः स्वस्ति नस्ताक्षयो हरिस्तनेमिं स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्दधातु ॐ स्वस्ति न इन्द्रो वृद्धस्वाहं स्वस्ति न पूषा विश्ववेदाः स्वस्ति नस्ताक्षयो हरिस्तनेमिं स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्दधातु अरे वाह 5 after that we'll take 5 okay right हरि ओम स्वस्ति न इंद्रो वृद्धस्वाहं स्वस्ति न पूषा विश्ववेदाः स्वस्ति नस्ताक्षयो अरिष्टनेमिं स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्दधातु ॐ स्वस्ति न इन्द्रो वृद्धस्वाहं स्वस्ति न पूषा विश्ववेदाः स्वस्ति नस्ताक्षयो अरिष्टनेमिं स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्दधातु हरि ओम स्वस्ति न इंद्रो वृद्धस्वाहं स्वस्ति न पूषा विश्ववेदाः स्वस्ति नस्ताक्षयो अरिष्टनेमिं स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्दधातु ॐ स्वस्ति न इंद्रो वृद्धस्वाहं स्वस्ति न पूषा विश्ववेदाः स्वस्ति नस्ताक्षयो अरिष्टनेमिं स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्दधातु हरि ओम स्वस्ति न इंद्रो वृद्धस्वाहं स्वस्ति न पूषा विश्ववेदाः स्वस्ति नस्ताक्षयो अरिष्टनेमिं स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्दधातु चलो निर्भर निर्भर चलो थैंक यू In your tray, you got 2 red cottons. Two red cottons, eh? Yeah. One for each partner. All married women will tie that red cotton on the left hand, and the rest unmarried or widowed will tie it on the right hand. Husband on the right hand, married woman on the left hand, and all others on the right hand. Hari Om Yena Baddo Baliraja Danavendro Mahabalam Tena Traptabadanamim Rakshamachalam Machalam. Nishi tied for him. Need one more, and so we need one more red cotton. Very good. Hari Om Yena Baddo Baliraja Danavendro Mahabalam Tena trapatabhadanami rakshamachalam achalam. You got 2 teaspoons in your water bowl. Everybody's tied the Raksha Sutra on the hands. Ansu? Ansu? Have Diruba and Renuka there? Chalo. We are going to take 1 teaspoon of water in your right hand. Put the teaspoon. Babi, with the teaspoon. Hari Om Siddhi Buddhi Sahit Mama Ganapate Namo Namam Vinayakam Gurum Bhanu Brahma Vishnu Meshwaram Saraswati Pranamyado Sarva Karyata Siddhayem. Offer that water into your wash tray. Take another teaspoon of water in your right hand. Hari Om Sankalpa. Undertaking that we are now going to do the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha Pooja and the Katha. Hari Om Vishnu 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 Subhakari Subhakari Mase Jeshta Mase Shukala Pakshe Navem Titiyom Ravivara Vasare Evam Gono Vishishteno Vishishtayo Subha Punya Titi Mamatmanam Durita Saryata Shri Ganapati Pujanam Kalasa Pujanam, Navgrah Devta Pujanam, Lakshmi Narayana Pujanam, Satya Narayan Kathayam, Shri Surat Arya Bhajan Mandar Sahit, Shri Saptah Mandir Sahit, Mukhya Yajmanascha, Pratinidhi Yajmanascha, Aham Karisye Pani Tharima Mukhidaye. Offer it into your wash tray. Person that's going to do the Ganapati Puja will take the Ganapati Murti and put it into the wash tray. Who is going to do the Ganapati Puja? Both will take water in your right hand with the teaspoon. Meditate on Ganapati. Hari Om Namaste Ganapate Tvameva Pratyaksham Tattvamasi Tvameva Kevalam Kartasi Tvameva Sarva Alvidam Brahmasi Tvam Sakshat Ati Nityam Rutam Vachami Satyam Vachami Avatvam Vaktaram Shrotaram Dhataram Dhataram Avanuchanam Avishishyam Prashwanatatam Puratatam Dakshinatatam Chodarvatatam Taratatam Sarvatomam Pahi Pahi Samam Tatam. Offer that onto Ganapati in your wash tray and take another teaspoon of water in your right hand again. Meditate on Ganapati. Hari Om Bhumi Rapo Nalo Nilam Chatvari Vakapadanim Gunatrayatitayam Vastatrayatitayam Dehatrayatitayam Kalatrayatitayam Mula Dharostito Asi Nityam Tvam Shakti Tvam Yogino Jayantiyo Nityam Hari Om Tvam Vishnu Tvam Rudras Tvam Indras Tvam Agnis Tvam Vayus Tvam Surya Tvam Chandramas Tvam Brahma Om Bhurbhuvam Ganadim Purvamurtharye Varnadistadhantaram. Offer it on to Ganapati. Both of you take few petals of flowers in your hand, few petals. Meditate on Ganapati. Hari Om Ekadantaya Vidmahe Vakratundaya Dhimahi Tanno Danti Prachodayat Ekadantam Chaturashtam Pasumandikam Dharinim Rudam Cha Vardehastam Vibranam Mushakadvajam Raktam Lambodaram Shurpakannakam Raktam Vasasam Raktam Gandhanuliptam Pangagam Raktam Pushpeham Sapujitam Bhaktanukampinam Devam Jagat Karanam Achyutam Avi Bhutam Cha Shrushtayado Prakrutaye Purushatam Param Evam Jayantiyo Nityam Sa Yogi Yogi Namavaraha Namo Vratapataye Namo Ganapataye Namaha Pramatapataye Namaste Astu Lambodharaya Ekadantaya Vignanashaya Shivasutaya Shivardamurtaye Dupam Deepam Nevedyam. Offer that water, offer the flowers onto Ganapati. All the yajmans that are seated on the right, my left. In that line they would do the Satya Narayan Pooja. Babi, Cheshila, Bhavna, Navi, all the in that line they. On the Navgraha 9 planets, the middle Sopari is Surya Narayan Bhagwan. So those Yajmans on the left, my left hand side, will do Chandlo for that Sopari. Do a dot for that Sopari. And then offer rice. We are going to invoke the blessings of Surya Narayan Bhagwan and invite him to join us for the puja. Hari Om Swasti Na Indro Hridya Swaha Swasti Na Pusha Visvaveda Swasti Nastakshayo Arishtanemim Swasti No Brihaspatira Dadatu. Offer rice also on that Sopari. Both Yajmans can take flowers in their hands, meditate on Surya Narayan Bhagwan and invite him to join us for the puja. Hari Om Adi Deva Namastubhyam Prasiddha Mama Bhaskaram Divakara Namastubhyam Prabhakara Namastute Nama Suryaya Shantaya Sarva Roga Vinashine Mama Visatta Fuladattva Prasiddham Parameshwaram Ujjanadde Mitramahu Arohananam Taram Devam Sarva Roga Mama Surya Harimanascha Nashaya Om Bhaskaraya Vidmahe Prabhakaraya Dhimahi Tanno Bhanu Prachodayat Om Suryaya Sahastra Kiranaya Om Shri Surya Narayan Devtabhyo Namo Namam Iti Mantra Pushpanjali Charana Kamalye Samarpayami. Offer it onto that Sopari. Both Yajmans will take flowers in their hands. We're going to pay our respects to the lamp that is on the budget, who is also a witness to this Katha. At the end of the mantra, we'll offer the flowers in front of the lamp. Hari Om Sajyam Chavati Sayuktam Vahinam Yojitam Mayam Deepam Grihanam Deveshya Trilokya Timirapam Trilokya Timirapam Divanujan Danyakanku Puchoka Divane Chadavidaye. Offer it in front of the lamp. Take flowers again in your hand, all Yajmans. We are going to offer those flowers on the fruit that's on your budget. Pay our respects to the prasad that's being offered to all the various deities. Okay? Hari Om Sakradruta Sayuktam Vahin Sakradruta Sayuktam Madhura Swada Chotamam Upaharam Samayuktam Nevedyam Pratigriyatam Nevedyam Pratigriyatam. Offer it onto the fruit. Person that's going to do the, or is going to do the Ganapati Puja will offer 6 drops of Panchamrit onto Ganapati in the wash tray, and the other Yajmans will hold a right hand. Right hand. At the end of each mantra, you offer and take again. Okay. Hari Om Siddhi Buddhi Sahit Mahaganapate Namo Namam Paya Keta Dud Om Siddhi Buddhi Sahit Paya Snanam Samarpayami. Offer, take again. Om Dadi Keta Day Om Siddhi Buddhi Sahit Dadi Snanam Samarpayami. Take again. Dhrita Keta Ghi Om Siddhi Buddhi Sahit Dhrita Snanam Samarpayami. Again. Madhu Keta Madhum Siddhi Buddhi Sahit Madhu Snanam Samarpayami. Again. Sakara Keta Sakaram Siddhi Buddhi Sahit Sakara Snanam Samarpayami. One more time. Om Panchamrita Snanam Samarpayami. One person will hold the murti in the hand, and the second person will pour water. We give the murti a nice bath in the wash tray. And thereafter, we take the murti, wipe it with your towel, and put it back onto its pan on the bedi or the budget. Hold the murti in your hand. The wash tray must be down. Hari Om Ganga Jalam Samam Sitam Nadi Tirtha Samudram Bhavam Snanarte Chamaya Dattam Griyatamam Parmeshwaram Griyatamam Parmeshwaram Griyatamam Parmeshwaram. Wipe the murti with your towel and put it back onto the pan in its place. Hari Om Mahaganadipatye Namo Namam Suddhadda Kusnanam Samarpayami. Person doing the Ganapati Puja will do Chandlo, a dot on the forehead of Ganapati. Hari Om Swasti Na Indro Riddhaswa Swasti Na Pusha Vishwaveda Swasti Nastakshayo Arishtanemim Swasti no Brihaspati Dadatu. Offer rice also. Hari Om Akshitamam Samarpayami. In your Kanku Full Chokha tray, you got white cottons there. Take 2 threads. After we finish bath, the first thread represents clothing for Ganapati. So offer the first thread, drape it onto Ganapati. Hari Om Vastradharanam Samarpayami. The second thread represents Janoi. All Bhagwans are Brahmans. All Brahmans wear the sacred thread called Yagnapavitam or Janoi. So let's offer the Janoi to Ganapati. Drape it around Ganapati. Hari Om Yagnapavitam Samarpayami. Both Yajmans take flowers in their hands, meditate on Ganapati, And at the end of the mantra, you offer it at the feet of Ganapati. Hari Om Sumulyadini Sugandhini Malatyadini Ve Prabhu Mayaritani Pujartha Pushpani Pratigriyatama Pushpani Pratigriyata Mantra Pushpanjali Charana Kamalye Samarpayami. Offer it to Ganapati. In your tray there, you got few pieces of turf, take 2 or 3 pieces. Grass, take 2 or 3 pieces and offer that to Ganapati. Hari Om Durva Ashtakam Samarpayami. You can take that kanku full tray in your hand. Abil Gulal tray. Person that is doing the Ganapati Puja will offer the different colors onto the forehead of Ganapati. We start off with white, followed by purple, then followed by the orange one. Mantra for each one. Hari Om Sobhagye Abile Mayusho Vruddhi, white, onto Ganapati. Gulale Pritivardhanam, purple, onto Ganapati. Sindurenam Samayuktam, orange. Griyatamam Parmeshwaram. Hari Om Ganeshaya Sobhagya Bhadrani Samarpayami. Both Yajmans take flowers in your hand, meditate onto Ganapati. Hari Om Vakratunda Mahakaya Surakoti Samaprabham Nirvignam Kurumadeva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvadam Tadeva Lagnam Surinam Tadevam Tarabalam Chandrabalam Tadevam Vidyabalam Devabalam Tadevam Lakshmi Patayadrigam Smarami Labastesham Jayastesham Kritastesham Parajayam Yasharmindivarsyamo Radayasto Janardanam Om Sarva Vignamaram Devam Sarva Vignam Vivarjitam Sarva Siddhi Pradataram Vandeham Siddhi Vinayakam Om Saraswati Pranamyado Sarva Karyatta Siddhaye Om Gam Ganapate Namo Namiti Mantra Pushpanjali Charana Kamalye Samarpayami. Offer it to Ganapati. Person that's doing the Ganapati Puja will hold the flower tray in their hand. The other Yajmans will hold the right hand. We are going to offer few petals at the feet of Ganapati whenever I say Swaha, and you keep on offering. Okay? Ganapati Jinudyandarye, meditate on Ganapati. Hari Om Narayanaya Vidmahe Vasudevaya Dhimahi Tando Danti Prachodayat. Hari Om Ekadantaya Namaswaham Vignanashaya Namaswaham Om Sumukhaya Namaswaham Om Kapilaya Namaswaham Om Ganadakshaya Namaswaham Om Vikataya Namaswaham Om Bhalachandraya Namaswaham Om Sachi Purnabhyaya Namaswaham Om Garjakarnakaya Namaswaham Om Dhumraketave Namaswaham Om Vishalaya Namaswaham Om Vinayakaya Namaswaham Om Lambodharaya Namaswaham Om Gramadevtabhyo Namaswaham Om Uma Maheshwaraya Namaswaham Om Gam Ganapate Namaswaham Om Gam Ganapate Namaswaham Om Gam Ganapate Namaswaham. Put that flower thari down. In your green tray, you got tulsi there. May I request one person to take one tulsi in their hand. One tulsi in your hand, and on top of the tulsi, offer one sweet meat prasad at the feet of Ganapati. Put the prasad on top of the tulsi and offer it to Ganapati at the feet of Ganapati. Hari Om Sakradrota Sayuktam Madhuraswadachotamam Upaharam Samayuktam Naivedyam pratigritam. Person doing the Ganapati puja will offer one drop of water on top of Ganapati. Om Achmanyam Jalam Samarpayami. Iti Ganapati Pujanam Sampurnama. Bolo Ganapati Gajanana Ki Jai. After we finish it, we also wash our hands and our mouth. So we do the same for the Bhagwan. After we feed them the prasad, we also offer them a drop of water to wash their hands and mouth. Achmanyam jalam sam arpayami. Hari Om. We are now going to pay our respects to the 9 planets. The 9 planets are the ones that control the entire destiny of ours. We want to ensure that the planets are favorable and calm during the course of our lives. So we pray to them not to cause any calamities, disturbances in our life. So we are going to do the Navgraha Puja. May I request the ladies on this line on my left-hand side, they're more closer to the 9 planets, they can do the Navgraha Puja. Okay. We are going to do Chandlo for the 9 soparis. Hari Om Navgraha Pujanam. You can just hold the, all 9 soparis. Chandlo, and after that you can offer rice on each of the 9 soparis, also the 9 planets. Om Swasti Na Indro Vriddhaswaha Swasti Na Pusha Visvaveda Swasti Nastakshayo Aristanemim Swasti No Brihaspatir Dadatum. Om Akshatamam Samarpayami. Om Akshatamam Samarpayami. Offer rice onto all 9 planets also. Om Akshatamam Samarpayami. Om Akshatamam Samarpayami. Narayana Swarupaya Namo Namah. Navgraha Devta Pujanam. The Yajman that's doing the Navgraha Puja will hold the flower thari in their hand, and the other Yajman will just hold their right hand or touch their right shoulders. Or we are going to pay our respects to each planet. Surya Narayan in the middle, and immediately in front of that is Chandradev, and at the end of each mantra we're going to go around the 9 planets and offer flowers to each of those planets. Okay? Take flowers in your hand. Okay? Hari Om Grihanam Adiradityo Lokarakshana Karakam Visham Stana Sambhutam Pedarham Tume Ravihi Surya Narayan Devtabhyo Namo Namaham. Offer it in the middle there, Surya Narayan. Take flowers again in your hand. Hari Om Rohini Saha Sudamurti Sudha Gatra Sudashana Visham Stana Sambhutam Pedarham Tume Viduhu Chandra Devtabhyo Namo Namaham. Front of that, front bhavna, front of Surya Narayan. See that sopari facing you? And then you're going to go around. Okay? Sopari facing you is Chandra Devta, and then you're going to go around for each one. Okay? Hari Om Bhumi Putro Mahatejo Jagatam Bayakrat Sada vrashtika drashti harchacham pidarham tumitamaham mangar devtabhyo namo namaham. Next one. Hari Om Otapato Rupo Jagatam Chandraputro Mahadruti Surya Priyo Karo Vidwan Pidarham Tume Buddhaho Buddha Devtapyo Namo Namaham. Next one. Deva Mantri Vishalaksha Sada Loka Hiterata Aneka Sisya Sanyuktam Pidarham Tume Guruhu Guru Devtapyo Namo Namaham. Hari Om Daitya Mantri Guru Tesham Prana Dashwa Mahamati Prabhustara Grihana Swam Pidarham Tume Mruguhu Shukra Devtapyo Namo Namaham. Next one. Hari Om Surya Putra Dirga Deho Vishalaksha Shiva Priyo Mandachara Prasan Atma Pidarham Tume Sanihi Sani Devtapyo Namo Namaham. Aneka Rupo Vaneshwa Sata Sota Sahasrasa Utapato Rupo Jagatam Pidarham Tume Sikihi Ketu Devtapyo Namo Namaham. Om Mahashiro Mahavakro Dirga Drashto Mahabala Atunaswa Ondarva Kesascha Pidarham Tume Tamahum Rahu Devtapyo Namo Namaham. Take few in your hands, extra. We're going to sprinkle it on all 9 planets, including Surya Narayan in the middle. Hari Om Brahma Murari Stipurantakari Banu Sashi Bhumo Suto Buddhascha Guruscha Shukra Sani Rahu Ketava Sarve Graha Shanti Kara Bhavantu. Put the flower thari down. We are going to offer prasad to the 9 planets. So take 1 tulsi, again in your hand. Prasad on top of the tulsi. And where you see Surya Narayan Sopari in the middle, offer that prasad in the middle there to the Navgraha Devtas. Hari Om Sakaradrota Sayuktam Madhuraswada Chotamam Upaharam Samayuktam Nevedyam Pratigriyatam Nevedyam Pratigriyatam. Offer it to Surya Narayan in the middle there. We are going to offer 9 drops of water, one on each of the soparis. After we feed the 9 planets, we also offer them water. So take the little bit of water bowl in your hand and offer it to each of the 9 soparis. Hari Om Achvanyam Jalam Samarpayami. Achvanyam Jalam Samarpayami. Hari Om Achvanyam Jalam Samarpayami. Om Achvanyam Jalam Samarpayami. Achvanyam Jalam Samarpayami. Iti Navgraha Devta Pujanam Sampurnama. Bolo Navgraha Devta Bhagwan ki Jai. We are now going to do Varun Devta Puja, the Lord of the Ocean. You can just move your stool slightly back. You can push the wash tray under your budget. Push the wash tray under your budget inside. No. Put that the other side. Got space in the front there. You're going to do your Lota Puja on top there, on that. One person will take that Lota and hold it in the hand. The second person will take the bit leaf in the hand. Now, from the budget, take the bit leaf from the budget into your hand. Empty the rice out there. You can put that bit leaf on the floor to a dot on that bit leaf. Kanku dot onto that bit leaf. Hari Om Varuna Devta Pujanam Om Bhumiye Namo Namam Karma Sakshiye Namo Namam. Put some rice on there. Few petals of flowers onto that bit leaf. Hari Om Akshitamam Samarpayami. Now put the lota onto that bit leaf. The person that's going to do the Varun Devta Puja will offer 3 teaspoons of water into the lota. Om Vam Varunay Namo Namah. Om Vam Varunay Namo Namah. Om Vam Varunay Namo Namah. We are going to do Chandlo for the lota. In the middle, 4 sides. 1, 2, 3, 4. In the middle. Om Swasti Na Indro Riddha Swaha Swasti Na Pusha Visvaveda Swasti Nastakshayo Arishtanemim Swasti No Brihaspatir Dadatu. Then offer rice onto the chandlo. Hari Om Akshitamam Samarpayami. Om Akshitamam Samarpayami. Hari Om Akshitamam Samarpayami. On the coconut you will see a red string. You can tie the red string around the lota. Coconut niya nishi. Om Yena Baddo Bali Raja Dhanavendro Mahabalam Tena Tram Pratibadhanami Rakshama Chala Machala. Just put a knot in the front there. Both Yajmans will take flowers in their hand and offer it into the lota at the end of the mantra. Om Nana Sugandha Pushpani Yatha Kalodbhavani Cham Pushpan Jalimaya Dattam Griyatamam Parmeshwaram. Offer it into the lota. In your green tray you got leftover grass, turf. Whatever is left over, offer it into the lota. All the turf that you got there, can offer it into the lota. Hari Om Durva Ashtakam Samarpayami. Inside. In your Kanku Abil Gulal tray there, you got a pan, sopari, and a coin. Make one samosa. Fold it. Pan, sopari, dakshinamam. Offer it into the lota. Fold it. Hari Om Pan Sopari Dravyam Samarpayami. In your green tray you got mango leaves, 5 mango leaves. Hold that in your hand. Please note that the stem goes into the lota. We are going to place these mango leaves around inside the lota. Hari Om Amba Patram Samarpayami. Amba Patram Samarpayami. Om Amba Patram Samarpayami. You can open the mango leaves out. It will look something like this. Om Amba Patram Samarpayami. Person doing the Varun Devta Puja will hold a coconut in the hand. The other Yajmans will put their right hand under that coconut. Right hand. Under. Thank you. We are going to invite Varun Devta, Lord of the Ocean, to take his seat and join us in the puja. So let's meditate. When we commence the puja, we sprinkled water, purifying and sanctifying everything, including yourselves, by allowing yourselves to drink water, purifying yourselves, and God's greatest gift, nature's greatest gift, water, provided by Lord of the Ocean. So let us pay our respects to the Lord of the Ocean. Hari Om Sarva Samudra Sarita Stirtani Jaladanada Ayantu Samudra Sarita Stirtani Jaladanada Ayantu Deva Pujarya Duritakshaya Karakam Kalasasya Muke Vishnu Kante Rudra Samasitam Mole Tatro Tito Brahma Madhye Matru Granasmruta Kukshatu Sagara Sarva Sapta Dipava Sundaram Riga Vedascha Yajur Vedascha Sama Vedascha Artha Vedascha Hatavarna Angeshwam Sahita Sarva Kala Shanti Samasitam Asmina Kalashe Varunam Sagam Saparivar Sa Yuddhe Sa Sakti Kamvayami Hari Om Shri Phalam Samarapayami. Offer it onto the lota. You can adjust your leaves, you can pull them out also and adjust it. So it look like we're going to pay our respects to Dharti Mata. Both the Yajman take the hands, touch the ground, pay our respects to Bhumi Mata. Om Bhumiye Namo Namam, Bhumiye Namo Namam, Bhumiye Namo Namam, Karma Sakshiye Namo Namam. Person doing the Varun Devta Puja will now hold that lota in the hand without the betel leaf. The other Yajmans will take that betel leaf and put it back onto the budget where the rice is. At the end of the mantra, the Yajman will place that lota onto that pan on the budget. We are going to touch your right shoulder 3 times. So please, if you are holding the lota and the coconut, may I request that your thumb stays on the coconut also. It won't topple over like this be on the coconut. Thank you. Touch it 3 times to your right shoulder. Om Vam Varunaya Namaham, Vam Varunaya Namaham, Vam Varunaya Namo Namaham, Hari Om Kalasa Stapayami. Adjust it, stabilize it. Person doing the Varun Devta Puja will do chandlo on the coconut and thereafter offer rice. Om Swasti Na Indro Riddhaswa Swasti Na Pusha Visvaveda Swasti Nastakshayo Arishtanemim Swasti No Brihaspatir Dadatu. Akshatamam samarpayami. Gonna take the 2 white threads. You can open the threads out and you're gonna drape them over the coconut. You can open it out. You can make it slightly bigger, yes. Make it slightly bigger and then drape it over the coconut. First thread. Hari Om Vastradharanam Samarpayami. The second thread, Janoi Yagna Pavitam. Om Yagna Pavitam Samarpayami. Both Yajmans take flowers in their hand. Om Sumulyadini Sugandhini Malityadini Ve Prabhu Mayaritani Pujartha Pushpani Pratigritama Pushpani Pratigritama. Offer it onto the coconut. Om Mantra Pushpanjali Charana Kamale Samarpayami. We are going to offer the colors onto the coconut. So person doing the Varun Devta Puja will hold a color tray in their hand, white, purple, and then orange. White. Om Sobhagye Abhile Mayusho Vruddhi. Purple. Gulale Pritivardhanam. Orange. Sindurenam Samayuktam. Griyatamam Parmeshwaram. Om Varun Devtabhyo Namo Namam. Sobhagya Bhadrani Samarpayami. Both Yajmans will take flowers in their hand. We are going to invoke the blessings of all the sacred rivers of the world. Just recently we received a clip that after an absence of nearly 4,000 years, Saraswati River began flowing. Power of Hinduism. 2 weeks ago in India, whilst the laborers were digging a trench, suddenly they found water flowing out where the original Saraswati River used to flow. That is the power of all the sacred rivers that we have in our Hindu. So let us invoke the blessings of all these sacred rivers. Take flowers in your hand. At the end of the mantra, you will offer it at the foot of the lota colors. Hari Om Ganga Sindhu Saraswati Cha Yamunam Godavari Narmadam Kaveri Sarayu Mahendra Tanayam Gunavanti Sevitam Shipra Vaitravati Mahasura Nadi Khyata Gaya Gandakim Purnam Purna Jale Samudra Sahitam Kurvantu no Mangalam Kurvantu no Mangalam Kurvantu no Mangalamiti mantra pushpanjali charna kamale samarpayami. We are going to offer prasad to Varun Devta Bhagwan. Again, we are going to take a piece of tulsi, offer one piece of sweet meat or something, and offer it at the foot of the lota. Hari Om Sakradrota Sayuktam Madhuraswada Chotamam Upaharam Samayuktam Naivedyam Pratigretama Naivedyam Pratigretama. Person doing the Varun Devta Puja will offer one drop of water onto the coconut. Om Achmanyam Jalam Samarpayami. Iti Varuna Devta Pujanam Sampurnama. Bolo Varuna Devta Bhagwan ki jai. We can bring the wash tray back into your place again. We are all aware that India has commenced building the new Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. Recently, in order for the murtis to be built, the source of probably the best marble that they can acquire is on the river banks of River Gandaki. River Gandaki is in Nepal. And you wouldn't believe that all the marble was transported from the river Gandaki to Ayodhya, where the sculptors were now designing the Ram Sita Murti. So you can imagine the power of the sacred rivers and the role that they played in Hindu religion. So Gandaki also all those rivers that we mentioned have played a significant role in Hindu Dharma in various scriptures from the Ramayana to the Gitas to the Vedas. And everyone, Ganga, Jamuna, we all, Saryu, right at the foot of Ayodhya, all these rivers played a significant role for the presiding deities that they lived within. So again, we are saying that these rivers are sacred, and we all know that when we do Shraddh Kriya, we all go to Gaya to do our Shraddh Kriyas, because it's one of the most sacred places where we can offer oblations to ensure that the ancestors remain content and satisfied, and thereby receiving their blessings all the time. We are now going to do Narayan Puja. So the person that's going to be doing the Narayan Puja will put the Murti in the wash tray. Narayan Murti in the wash tray without the pan. Both Yajmans will take water in their hands, again, teaspoon, in the right hand, with the teaspoon. Lakshmi Narayan Bhagwan Nujandariye. Meditate on Lakshmi Narayan Bhagwan. Hari Om Avahayet Tam Garudo Parisitam Rumardadeham Surarajwadittam Kamsatakam Chakra Gadabja Hastam Bhajami Deham Vasudevam Sunum Om Panchayat Devyapyo Namo Namaham. Offer it on to Narayan Bhagwan. Take water again in your hand. Meditate on Lakshmi Narayan Bhagwan. Om Shantakaram Bhujagashayanam Padmanabham Suresam Viswadaram Gagana Sadyasame Gavarnam Subhangam Lakshmi Kantam Kamalanayanam Yogir Vidyanagamyam Vande Vishnu Bhovayaram Sarvaloke Ekanatham Om Vasudeva Sutam Devam Kansachano Mardhanam Devaki Paramanandam Sri Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. Offer it on Narayan Bhagwan. Both Yajmans take flowers in the hand. Hari Om Mangalam Bhagavana Vishnu Mangalam Garudadvaja Mangalam Pundarirkaksha Mangalayartano Hari Sarva Mangala Mangaliye Shive Sarvata Sadhikem Sharanye Trayambake Gauri Narayane Namostutem. Hari Om Krishnaya Vasudevaya Devaki Nandanaya Cham Nanda Gopa Kumaraya Shri Govindaya Namo Namah. Offer it to Narayan Bhagwan. Person that's doing the Narayan Puja will offer 6 drops of Panchamrit onto Narayan Bhagwan. The other devotees will touch their hand. Hari Om Paya Keta Dudom Lakshmi Narayanam Samarpayami. Take again. Dadi Keta Dayom Lakshmi Narayanam Samarpayami. Madhu Keta Madhom Lakshmi Narayanam Samarpayami. Dhrita Keta Giyom Lakshmi Narayanam Samarpayami. Om Sakra Keta Sakaram Lakshmi Narayanam Samarpayami. Om Panchamat Snanam Samarpayami. We are now going to give the Murti a nice wash and a bath. So the person will hold the Murti in the hand, and the Yajman will pour water over it. At the end of it, we will wipe it with the towel and put it back onto your pan. Okay? Hari Om Ganga Jala Samam Sitam Nadi Tita Samudram Bhavam Snanarte Chamaya Dattam Griyatamam Parmeshwaram Griyatamam Parmeshwaram Griyatamam Parameshwaram. You can wipe the murti and put it back onto the pan. Hari Om Lakshmi Narayanaya Suddhadako Snanama Samarpayami. We are going to Chandlo for Lakshmi Narayan Bhagwan. You can hold that tray in your hand. Read Kanku Chandlo first. Om Swasti Na Indro Riddhaswa Swasti Na Pusha Visvaveda Swasti Nastakshayo Arishtanemim Swasti No Brihaspatira Dadatum. You can wipe your finger and thereafter do the Chandan Chandlo for Lakshmi Narayan Bhagwan, the yellow one. Just stir it a little bit. Hari Om Sri Khandanam Chandanam Divyam Su Manohara Vilepitam Surushreshta Mayadattam Chandanam Pratigriyatama. Offer rice to Lakshmi Narayan Bhagwan. Om Akshatamam Samarpayami. Narayana Swarupaya Namo Namaham. You got two more threads, white threads in your tray there. The first thread is clothing for Narayan Bhagwan. Hari Om Vastradharanam Samarpayami. Drape it over onto Narayan Bhagwan. Put it there. The second thread is Yagna Pavitam. Om Yagna Pavitam Samarpayami. Bharat Bhai, you got that garland there for Ganapati. Just drape that over Ganapati, the small one. Do the same for Narayan Bhagwan also. Hari Om Pushpamalam Samarpayami. She draped that big garland round the colors. Pushpamalam Samarpayami. Both Yajmans take flowers in their hand. Meditate on Lakshmi Narayan Bhagwan. Hari Om Mukam Karoti Vachalam Pangum Langayate Girim Yat Kripatamaham Vande Paramanandam Madhavam. Om Apadamam Hartaram Dataram Sarvasamapadam Lokabhiramam Shri Ramam Bhuyo Bhuyo Tanamamyam. Hari Om Mantra Pushpanjali Charana Kamale Samarpayami. And so, got enough flowers. Katha will need to. Wow. Yajman doing the Narayan Puja will offer colors onto Narayan Bhagwan. White, purple and orange. Hari Om Sobhagye Abhile Mayusho Vruddhi. White. Gulale Pritivardhanam. Purple. Sindurenam Samayuktam. Orange. Griyatamam Parameshwaram. Hari Om Lakshmi Narayanayam Sobhagya Bhadrani Samarpayami. Both Yajmans, please note, one Yajman will hold the flower thari in the hand and the other Yajman will hold the tray that's got the tulsi in there. You can just make the tulsi loose. we will offer flowers and tulsi simultaneously at the feet of Bhagwan Shri Narayan. Okay. Chalo. Put prastic. Let's meditate on Lakshmi Narayan Bhagavan. Hari Om Narayanaya Vidmahe Vasudevaya Dhimahi Tanno Vishnu Prachodayat. Hari Om Vishnave Namaswaha. Offer, carry on offering. Om Vasudevaya Namaswaha. Om Keshavaya Namaswaha. Om Madhavaya Namaswaha. Om Govindaya Namaswaham. Om Achyutaya Namaswaham. Om Anadaya Namaswaham. Om Anantaya Namaswaham. Om Janardanaya Namaswaham. Om Madhusudanaya Namaswaham. Om Rishikeshaya Namaswaham. Om Krishnaya Namaswaham. Om Narayanaya Namaswaham. Om Nandakine Namaswaha. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaswaha. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaswaha. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Namaswaha. Iti mantra pushpanjali tulsi dalam samarpayami. Both Yajman take flowers in their hand. Meditate on Lakshmi Narayan Bhagavan. Hari Om Mangalam Bhagavan Vishnu Mangalam Garudadvaja Mangalam Pundarirkaksha Mangalaya Tanohari Sarva Mangala Mangaliye Shive Sarvartha Sadhikem Sharanye Trambake Gauri Narayani Namostutem Om Anyata Sharanam Nasti Tvam Evam Sharanam Mama Tasvadakaruna Bhavinam Rakshamam Parmeshwaram. Hari Om Namaste Garudarode Kolasura Bhayankari Sarva Papa Hare Devi Mahalakshmi Namostutem Siddhi Buddhi Prade Devi Bhakti Mukti Pradayani Mantra Murte Sada Devi Mahalakshmi Namostutem Om Vasudeva Sutam Devam Kansachadora Mardanam Devaki Paramanandam Sri Krishnam Vande Jagadguru Sri Krishnam Vande Jagadguru Sri Krishnam Vande Jagadguru iti mantra pushpanjali charana kamale samarpayami. We are going to offer prasad, soji prasad on tulsi at the feet of Narayan Bhagavan. For a teaspoon de. Hari Om Sakradrota Sayuktam Madhuraswada Chotamam Upaharam Samayuktam Griyatamam Parmeshwara at the feet of Narayan Bhagavan. Griyatamam Parmeshwara. Leave the teaspoon by the soji. Person doing the Narayan Puja will offer one drop of water onto Narayan Bhagavan. Hari Om Achmanyam Jalam Samarpayami. Iti Lakshmi Narayana Pujanam Sampurnama. Bolo Sri Lakshmi Narayan Bhagavan ki jai. Both Yajmans will take flowers in their hand. We are going to invoke and invite Lord Shiva to join us in this Satya Narayan Katha and Pooja. So at the end of the mantra, offer the flowers at the feet of Bhagwan Shri Narayan. Okay. Hari Om Vande Devam Umampati Suruguru Vande Jagat Karanam Vande Panaga Bhrushanam Rugadaram Vande Pashunam Patim Vande Surya Sausaka Vahananayanam Vande Mukundam Priyam Vande Bhakta Janashrayam Chavardam Vande Shivam Shankaram Vande Shivam Shankaram Vande Shivam Shankaram Om Namami Shankara भवानी शंकर हर हर शंकर तव चरणम इति मंत्र पुष्पांजलि चरण कमले समर्पयामि. Both yajmans take flowers again in your hand. We are going to invoke the blessings of Mahakali, Mahalakshmi and Mahasaraswati. At the end of the mantra, offer it at the feet of Bhagwan Shri Narayan. Hari Om Durge Smrita Harasi Mitmitesha Janto Swaste Smrita Mati Mati Vasubhama Dadasim Daridra Dukha Bhayaharini Katvadanya Sarvopakar Karuna Sadadra Chittam Om Mahakali Mahalakshmi Mahasaraswati Namo Namiti Mantra Pushpanjali Charan Kamale Samarpayami. Both Yajman will take flowers again in your hand. We are going to invoke the blessings of all our gurus, all our spiritual masters, and let us pay our respects to them. Okay? Hari Om Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnu Gurur Devo Maheshwaram Gurur Sakshat Param Brahma Tasmai Shri Guruve Namo Namaham Tasmai Shri Guruve Namo Namaham Tasmai Shri Guruve Namo Namam iti mantra pushpanjali charana kamale samarpayami. Iti sarva devta pujanam sampurnama. That completes the invitation and invocation to all the presiding deities to join us for this Satya Narayan Vrat Katha. We will have a short break of 10 to 15 minutes while we set up the Bhajan Mandal. Please make your way on stage. Then we'll come back and we'll commence with the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha. If anybody needs to go to the bathrooms, please, you can do so. Anybody wishing to stretch their legs, please do so. Anybody want to adjust their hair pieces, they can do so. Thank you. Hello?
Shriman Narayan Narayan Hare Hare 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 Teri leela sabse nyari nyari Hare Hare Teri leela sabse nyari nyari Hare Hare हाँ तेरी लीला सबसे न्यारी न्यारी हरे हरे तेरी लीला सबसे न्यारी न्यारी हरे हरे भजमन नारायण नारायण हरे हरे भजमन नारायण नारायण हरे हरे जय जय नारायण नारायण हरे हरे जय जय नारायण नारायण हरे हरे श्रीमन नारायण नारायण हरे हरे श्रीमन नारायण नारायण हरे हरे हरि ओम नमो नारायण ओम नमो नारायण हरि ओम नमो नारायण
devotees that are fasting and they want to have some
तेरी लीला
food, please
सबसे
on the prasad
न्यारी
table there,
न्यारी
anybody
हरे
requires?
हरे
तेरी लीला सबसे न्यारी न्यारी हरि हरि
श्रीमन्नारायण नारायण हरे हरे
श्रीमन्नारायण नारायण हरि हरि
You live.
Hello, hello.
You live.
Hello, testing 1 2.
चलो चलो शुरू करो.
Hello, testing 1 2.
श्री गणपति सरस्वती स्तुति गणपति स्तुति. हाँ.
बोलो सरस्वती.
मात की जय. What scale you on, Jack?
સરસ્વતી માતને
નવો અને ગણપત લાગુ વિચળવાણી આપજો મારી ભલડી જસગાય સુંદાડો દુઃખ ભંજનો અને સદાય બાળેવે અવસર પહેલા સમરીએ શ્રી ગૌરી પુત્ર ગણે ગૌરી તારા પુત્રને અને મથુરા
સમરે મો દિવસે બ્રાહ્મણ
વાણીઓ મદ રાત્રે સમરે ચોર
સમરુ શ્રી ઘન શ્યામને અને સમલઈને મમશી આરાધન કરો કીર્તન વિશે તમે દયા કરો જગદી સદા ભવાની સંગ્રહો અને સન્મુખ રહો ગણે પંચદેવ રક્ષા કરો અને બ્રહ્મા વિષ્ણુ મહેશ સિયાવર રામચંદ્ર की जय पवन सुता हनुमान की जय बोलो भाई सब संतन की जय उमापति
महादेव की जय
हैं?
रमापति रामचंद्र की जय
Vasu is bringing it home.
सरस्वती
मात की जय
ગણપતિ ગજા
नंद की जय
बुद्धि नादा तारिणी
दंडवत करो प्रणाम
विनमो गणपति देवने
करवा दो शुभ
शुभ
काम
विघ्नो
आवे जो कदी
हर
जो तवे तमाम
गुणला
गुणला श्री रण छोड़ना गावा मागो
गणपति गजा
नन्न की जय
गाइए गणपति जगवंदन
गाइए गणपति जगवंदन
शंकर सुवन भवानी के नंदन
शंकर सुवन भवानी के नंदन
गाइए गणपति जगवंदन
गाइए गणपति जगवंदन
सिद्धि सदन गजवदन विनायक
सिद्धि सदन गजवदन विनायक
कृपा सिंधु सुंदर वर लायक
कृपा सिंधु सुंदर वरलायक
गाइए गणपति जगवंदन
गाइए गणपति जगवंदन
मोदक प्रिय मुद मंगल दाता
मोदक प्रिय मुद मंगल दाता
विद्यावारिधि बुद्धि विधाता
विद्यावारि विभूति विधाता
गाइए गणपति जगवंदन
गाइए गणपति जगवंदन
मांगत तुलसीदास कर जोड़ी
मांगत तुलसीदास कर जोड़ी
बसहु राम सिया मानस मोरी
बसौ राम सिया मानस मोरी
गाइए गणपति जगवंदन
गाइए गणपति जगवंदन
शंकर सुवन भवानी के नंदन
शंकर सुवन भवानी के नंदन
गणपति
देव
जगवंदन गणपति गाइए गणपति जगवंदन
गाइए गणपति जगवंदन गाइए गणपति
ओम गणपते नमो नमः सिद्धि विनायक नमो नमः अष्टविनायक नमो नमः गणपति बाप्पा मोरया
ओम गणपते नमो नमः सिद्धि विनायक नमो नमः अष्टविनायक नमो नमः गणपति बाप्पा मोरया
गणपते नमो नमः सिद्धि विनायक नमो नमः अष्टविनायक नमो नमः गणपति बाप्पा मोरया
ओम
गणपते नमो नमः सिद्धि विनायक नमो नमः अष्टविनायक नमो नमः गणपति बाप्पा मोरया
गणपते नमो नमः
जय हो
विनायक नमो नमः अष्टविनायक नमो नमः गणपति बाप्पा मोरया
गणपते नमो नमः सिद्धि विनायक नमो नमः अष्टविनायक नमो नमः गणपति बाप्पा मोरया
मंगलमूर्ति मोरया
मंगलमूर्ति मोरया
गणपति बाप्पा मोरया
गणपति बाप्पा मोरया
गणपते नमो नमः सिद्धि विनायक नमो नमः अष्टविनायक नमो नमः गणपति बाप्पा मोरया
ओम गणपते नमो नमः सिद्धि विनायक नमो नमः अष्टविनायक नमो नमः गणपति बाप्पा मोरया ओम गुरुनाथा जय गुरुनाथा
ओम गुरुनाथा जय गुरुनाथा
सद्गुरुनाथा शिव गुरुनाथा
सद्गुरुनाथा शिव गुरुनाथा
सद्गुरुनाथा साई गुरुनाथा
सद्गुरुनाथा साई गुरुनाथा
ओम गुरुनाथा जय गुरुनाथा
ओम गुरुनाथा जय गुरुनाथा
आज सखी सदगुरु घर आए मेरे मन आनंद भयो
आज सखी सतगुरु घर आए मेरे मन आनंद भयो
मेरे मन आनंद भयो रे मेरे मन आनंद भयो रे मेरे मन आनंद भयो
ओम गुरुनाथा जय गुरुनाथा
ओम गुरुनाथा जय गुरुनाथा
ओम गुरुनाथा जय गुरुनाथा
Everyone has fruits now, so make them raise their hands.
जय हो वाह वाह
Brisbane, Australia.
Ah,
बोलो गणपति गजा
आनंद की जय,
सद्गुरु
देव की जय. Waiting for more Yajmans to come back. Oh, we did tell them to come back. Sing on Narayan Dun in the meantime. Let's take the seats. Huh? Arey wah. Nishi. Who's there? Vinod. Tell Vinod. Try and open some of the windows in the sides there, please. Yeah. Side and the back also. Yeah. Chalo. Chalo.
बोलो सत्य नारायण
भगवान
भगवान
की
की
जय.
ओम बजोरे सदा
ओम गुरु ओम भजोरे
सदा ओम गुरु
सब बोलिए
ओम ओम बजोरे सदा
ओम
गुरु भजो रे सदा ओम गुरु
हरि नारायण हरि ओम
साई नारायण हरि ओम
हरि नारायण
जय हो
हरि ओम
हरि नारायण हरि ओम
सत्य नारायण हरि ओम सत्य
नारायण हरि
ओम सत्य नारायण हरि ओम
सत्य नारायण हरि ओम
लक्ष्मी नारायण
जय हो
हरि ओम
लक्ष्मी नारायण हरि ओम
ओ लक्ष्मी नारायण हरि ओम
ओ सूर्य नारायण हरि ओम
नारायण हरि नारायण हरि नारायण हरि ओम
नारायण हरि नारायण हरि नारायण हरि ओम
नारायण हरि नारायण हरि नारायण हरि ओम
ओम नारायण हरि
नारायण
You got enough
हरि
flowers?
नारायण
Let us
हरि
fill your tray up.
नारायण हरि नारायण हरि नारायण हरि ओम
ओम नारायण हरि नारायण हरि नारायण हरि
ओम
नारायण हरि नारायण हरि नारायण हरि
नारायण हरि नारायण हरि नारायण हरि
ओम सत्य नारायण हरि ओम
सत्य नारायण हरि ओम
लक्ष्मी नारायण हरि ओम
सत्य नारायण हरि
ओम गुरु ओम भजो रे सदा ओम गुरु ओम Guru
Bolo
Om Guru Om Guru Om Bhajorye Sadai Om Guru Om Guru Om
Hari Narayana Hari
Om Hari Narayana Hari Om
Satya Narayana Hari
Satya Narayana Hari Om
Lakshmi Narayana Hari
Lakshmi Narayana Hari Om
Narayana Hari Narayana
Hari Om
Hari Narayana Hari
Narayana Hari Narayana Hari Narayana Hari Om
Narayana Hari
Narayana Hari
Sriman Narayana Hari
Narayana Hari Narayana Hari Narayana Hari Om
Satya Narayana Hari
Satya Narayana Hari Om
Bhajamana Narayana Hari
Narayana Hari Om
Bolo Satya Narayan
Bhagavan ki jai.
All the Yajmans, please make sure that your neighbors are there. Thank you. Before we commence, we pay our respects to Mata Tulasi. So may I request each Yajman take a piece of Tulsi in their right hand. At the end of the mantra, you can offer that Tulsi onto your Soji Prasad and onto your sweet meat Prasad also. Meditate on Tulsi Mata. Hari Om Tulasi Hema Rupam Cham Ratna Rupam Cham Anjarim Bhava Moksha Pradatubhyam Paryami Hari Priyam Om Tulasi Sri Saki Sube Papaharini Punyadem Namaste Naradanute Narayana Manapriyam Om Vrindaye Tulasi Devye Priyaye Keshavaya Cham Vande Bhakti Mude Devi Satyavate Namo Namaham Satyavate Namo Namaham Satyavate Namo Namah Hari Om Tulsi Dalam Samarpayami. Offer it into your prasad. Hari Om Pustaka Punjanam. Bharat bhai. Om Pustaka Punjanam. Chant for Satya Narayan Bhagwan. Om Swasti Na Indro Riddhaswam Swasti Na Pusha Visvaveda Swasti Nastakshayo Aristanemim Swasti No Brihaspatira Dadatum Om Nana Sugandha Pushpani Yatha Kalodbhavani Cham Pushpanjali Maya Dattam Griyatamam Parmeshwaram Om Pustaka Pujanam Mantra Pushpanjali Charana Kamalye Samarpayami. बोलो श्री सत्य नारायण भगवान की जय. Bharat bhai, gonna do Satya Narayan Puja. Chandlo for the photograph, put rice and then offer flowers. Hari Om Satya Narayan Pujanam. Om Swasti Na Indro Riddhaswaha Swasti Na Pusha Visvaveda Swasti Nastakshayo Arishtanemim Swasti No Brihaspatir Dadatu. Both of you take flowers in your hand. Hari Om Nana Sugandha Pushpani Yatha Kalodbhavani Cham Pushpanjali Maya Datta Kriyatamam Parmeshwaram. Hari Om Satya Narayan Devam Mantra Pushpanjali Charan Kamalye Samarpayami. Satya Narayan Vrat Katha. In this age of Kali Yuga, Bhagwan Narayan has offered us a wonderful solution called the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha. The Katha itself can be done in many, many different ways. The original text of the Katha is in Sanskrit. We can read the text in either Hindi or in Gujarati. For the benefit of most of our community, we translate the entire Katha in English for better understanding, so everybody knows. This is a Samung Katha, and in the Samung Katha, we will recite the mantras in Sanskrit, and we will do the translation of each of these mantras also. So you know exactly what each of the chapters in the Katha represents and signifies. We will take flowers in our hands and we will hold the flowers, and at the end of each chapter we will offer the flowers at the feet of Bhagwan Shri Narayan. During the Katha also, we will be touching briefly on the 10 avatars of Bhagwan Shri Narayan, which are the most common ones that we are familiar with, the 10 avatars of Bhagwan Shri Narayan. Again, we will ensure that we keep all these translations brief to make sure that we meet our timeline requirements for Aarti and for Thaar and for, of course, lunch later on. So let us commence with the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha. Ishwar Bhai, you have the Sankh there. Thank you. बोलो श्री सत्य नारायण भगवान की जय. हरि ओम. प्रथमो अध्याय व्रत विद्याम. व्यास मुनि उवाच. हरि ओम. एकदाने मिशारण्ये ऋषय शौनकादयं प्रपक्षु मुनय सर्वे सूतं पुराणिक खलु. ऋषि उवाच. हरि ओम. व्रतेने तमसां हिं वा प्राप्तये वांछित फलं तत्सर्वश्रोतिमिच्छामं कथयस्व महामुने. नारदेनैव संपुष्टो भगवान् कमलापतिं सुरुशर्ये यतेवाहं शृणुध्वं समाहितां. हरि ओम. एकदा नारद योगी पुराणग्रहं काङ्क्षयां पर्यटन् विविद्यानलोकानं मृत्युलोकमुपागतं. तथा दृष्ट्वं जनां सर्व नानाकले समन्वितां नानायोनि समत्पन्नां कलशमान सर्वकर्मभिं. ओम केनोपायेन चेतसां दुःखनाशो भवेद्ध्रुवम् इति संचित्य मनसा विष्णुलोकं गतस्तदा. ओम तत्र नारायणं देवं शुक्लवर्ण चतुर्भुजं शंख चक्र गदा पद्म वनमाला विभूषितम्. ओम दृष्ट्वां त्वं देवदेवेशं स्तोतुं समुपक्रमे. नमो वामसातीत रूपायानंत शक्तये. ओम आदि मध्यां तहीनाय निर्गुणाय गुणात्मने सर्वेषाम् आदिभूताय भक्तानां त्रिनाशिने श्रुत्वां स्तोत्रं ततो विष्णु नारदं प्रत्यभाषतम् ओम श्री भगवान उवाच किमर्थमागतो असि त्वं कीर्ते मनसि वर्तते कथ यस्व महाभाग तत्त सर्व कथयामि ते ओम मृत्यलोके जना सर्वे नाना कलेश समन्वित नाना योनि समत्पन्ना पच्यन्ते पापकर्मभिः ततः कथं शम्येनाथं लघुपायेन तत्व्रतम् तत्सर्वशोतुमिच्छामि कृपास्ति यदि ते मयीं श्री भगवान उवाच साधु पुष्टं त्वया वत्स लोकानुग्रहं काङ्क्षयां यत्कृत्वा मुच्यन्ते मोहात् त्रशृणुध्वं वदाति मे व्रतम् अस्ति महत्पुण्यं स्वर्गे मृत्ये च दुर्लभं तत स्नेहमाप्यं वत्स प्रकाशं क्रियते दुनाम् सत्य नारायणं स्वेयं व्रतं समग्र विपानतं कृत्वा सद्यं सुखं भुक्त्वा परत्रं मोक्षपाप्नुयात् त्रश्रुत्वा भगवद्वाक्यं नारदो मुनिर्ब्रवीतं नारद उवाच किं फलं किं विद्यानं च कृतं केनैव तद्व्रतं तत्सर्वविस्तरादं ब्रूहि कदा कार्यहि तद्व्रतं दुःख शोकादिष्मन्मनं धान्य धान्य प्रवर्धनं सौभाग्य संततिकरं सर्वत्र विजयप्रदं यस्मिन् अस्मिन् तदेनम्यो भक्ति श्रद्धा समन्वितं सत्यनारायण देवं यजेय चैव निशामुखे ब्राह्मणे बान्धवश्चैव सवितो धर्म तत्परं नैवेद्यं भक्तितो दद्यात् सम्पादं भक्ति संयुतं रंभाफलं धृतं क्षीरं गोधूमस्य च चूर्णकम् अभावे शालिचूर्णं वा शर्करा च गुदं तथा सम्पादं सर्वभक्ष्यानि चैकीकृत्य निवेद्यत विप्रायं दक्षिणा दत्कथां श्रुत्वा जनैः सह हरि ओं ततश्च बन्धुभिः सार्धा विप्राश प्रतिभोजयेत् प्रसादं भक्षयेत् भक्त्यां नृत्य गीतादिकं चरेत् ततश्वं सुगृह गच्छेत् सत्यनारायणं स्मरन् एवं कृते मनुष्याणां वाञ्छा सिद्धिर्भवेत् ध्रुवं विशेषतः कलियुगे लघुपायेऽस्ति भूतले हरि ओम इति स्कंद पुराणे रेवाखंडे सत्यनारायण कथायाम प्रथमोऽध्याय संपूर्णम बोलो श्री सत्यनारायण भगवान की जय can offer it at the feet of Bhagwan Sri Narayan. In the first chapter of the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha, there's a place called Naimi Sharanya, where thousands of rishis gathered to promote and propagate dharma. Naimi Sharanya is approximately 120 km out of Ayodhya. It was established when Sonak and Adi Rishis wanted a place that was convenient to establish an ashram. So they go to Brahmaji, Brahmaji go to Bhagwan Sri Narayan, and they all approach Lord Shiva, looking for a place that is convenient for the rishis to establish an ashram. Bhagwan Shankar sends his Trishul out throughout the universe. Find one place that will be convenient for the rishis. And the Trishul goes around the entire universe called Naimi Sharanya. Why Naimi Sharanya? Naimi Sharanya was surrounded by mountains, forests, rivers, streams, and was a very peaceful place, an atmosphere that would be conducive for the rishis to promote and propagate and meditate. That was Naimi Sharanya. One day, Sut Purani, one of the greatest exponents of our Vedas and a scholar, arrived at the ashram. And like all traditions, they accorded him a royal welcome, offered him a seat, put a dot on his forehead, garlanded him, washed his feet, and they asked him this question, that what is it that one needs to do to overcome the challenges that he is facing in this age of Kali Yuga? Sudji was equally impressed with this question, and he goes on to narrate a dialogue that took place between Narad Muni and Bhagwan Sri Krishna. Narad Muni is immortal, one of the few immortals. Hanumanji is also immortal. They are present amongst us at all times. Naradji came in, and he saw that people were suffering with all forms of diseases, abuse, crime, poverty, natural disasters. Now we've got additional disasters, floods, riot, load shedding. These are the challenges that man is now currently facing in this age of Kali Yuga. And he asked Bhagwan Sri Krishna, what is it that one needs to do to overcome these challenges? Bhagwan Krishna himself was equally impressed with this question. And he goes on to explain the Satya Narayan Vrat Vidhi to Naradji. Now we all know Naradji. Narayan, Narayan, Narayan. Inquisitive mind of Naradji. He was given a boon to be inquisitive. He was given a boon to cause problems everywhere. So Bhagwan could find a solution. That was the purpose and aim of Naradji. He was also given the boon to offer advice to people that were in severe difficulties. Naradji goes back to Vishnu Lok and he tells Bhagwan Sri Krishna, I'm coming from downstairs and people are all struggling to make ends meet, and there's various forms of problems that they are experiencing. What can they do that will allow them to overcome these problems, these challenges, these difficulties? Bhagwan Sri Krishna says Satya Narayan Vrat Katha, and he goes on to explain the Puja Vidhi that we have just completed. And Bhagwan Sri Krishna knows that man will still experience some difficulty in obtaining some items for the puja. In Katha it says there that if you don't get flour, use rice flour. If you don't get sugar, use gur. Bhagwan knows the challenges man will face in acquiring even some of the puja samagris. That is the vision that Bhagwan had for man in Kali Yuga. Naradji, why must they do this katha? What are the benefits? How can it help them? Bhagwan Narayan goes on to explain the benefits of the Satya Narayan Katha. Those that are poor will attain wealth. Those that live in constant fear will be protected at all times. Man vanchit phal prapti artham. He will fulfill all your wishes and all your desires. One that are suffering from various forms of illnesses, diseases, will get cured by the recitation of the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha. But Bhagwan Narayan also says that yes, do the Katha, and all he wants is your love and devotion. Shraddha and Bhavana. So that, in essence, is the first chapter of the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha. Bolo Shri Satya Narayan Bhagwan ki jai.
Bolo Krishna Kanhaiya
Lal ki jai.
Narayan Narayan Jai Jai Govinda Hare. Narayan Narayan Jai Jai Gopal Hare.
Om Narayan Narayan Jai Jai Govinda Hare.
Clap your hands.
Narayan Narayan Jai Jai Gopal Hare.
Narayan Narayan Jai Jai Govinda Hare. Narayan Narayan Jai Jai Gopal Hare.
Narayan Narayan Jai Jai Govinda Hare. Narayan Narayan Jai Jai Gopal Hare.
जय जय गोविंद हरे जय जय गोपाल हरे
Jai Jai Govinda Hare Jai Jai Gopal Hare.
जय जय गोविंद हरे जय जय गोपाल हरे
Jai Jai Govinda Hare Jai Jai Gopal Hare.
हे नारायण नारायण जय जय गोविंद हरे नारायण नारायण जय जय गोपाल हरे
Om Narayan Narayan Jai Jai
Clap your
Govinda
hands.
Hare. Narayan Narayan Jai Jai Gopal Hare.
नारायण नारायण जय जय गोविंद हरे नारायण नारायण जय जय गोपाल हरे
Narayan Narayan Jai Jai Govinda Hare. Narayan Narayan Jai Jai Gopal Hare.
नारायण नारायण जय जय गोविंद हरे नारायण नारायण
Narayan Narayan Jai Jai Gopal Hare. Om
नारायण 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 नारायण
Narayan 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 Narayan.
जय जय गोविंद हरे जय जय गोपाल हरे
Jai Jai Govinda Hare Jai Jai Gopal Hare.
जय जय गोविंद हरे जय जय गोपाल हरे
Jai Jai Govinda Hare Jai Jai Gopal Hare.
जय जय गोविंद हरे जय जय गोपाल हरे
Jai Jai Govinda Hare Jai Jai Gopal Hare.
नारायण नारायण जय जय गोविंद हरे नारायण नारायण सत्य नारायण हरे नारायण नारायण जय जय गोविंद हरे नारायण नारायण सत्य नारायण हरे सत्य नारायण हरे सत्य नारायण हरे
Satya Narayan Hare Satya Narayan Hare.
बोलो सत्य नारायण भगवान की
Jai. All Yajmans take flowers in their hand. अरे वाह. Bhagwan Sri Narayan had many forms. I think the most common and the most powerful of them all was the Das Avatar. Science has tried to prove the Vedas as being not the source of the evolution or the beginning of life. The Vedas are the source of all life in this world. In the Das Avatar, in the Aarti itself, Bhagwan Sri Narayan goes on to say, Prathame Machatano Avatar Mario Sankhya Surapapi Chaturanandana Dev Veda Viprone Api. In the first avatar of Bhagwan Sri Narayan, it's called the Matsya avatar, and that is the fish avatar. Life began in the river first. Fish avatar. The story goes on in the Vedas to say that King Vaivasvat Manu found a small fish when he was doing his oblation and puja vidhi on the river bank. And the fish looks at him with pleading eyes and say, please take me home. So Manu takes the fish home, puts it into a little bowl, and within a second that fish becomes big, takes that fish, puts it into a pond, the fish becomes equally big, and as he transfers that fish, the fish becomes huge and huge. Eventually, he takes that fish and puts it back into the ocean. The fish is none other than Bhagwan Sri Narayan. In the Matsya Avatar, Narayan Bhagwan instructs Manu to say that there will be a huge flood that will be taking place in this Kali Yuga. So please ensure that you protect all the living species. And we hear about Noah's Ark in Christianity. Similarly, there was a huge boat that escorted all the devtas and all the creatures and took them ashore to a safe place. And when the deluge did come, they were protected. So in the first avatar, the first species of life emanated from the river. In the second avatar, Bhagwan Sri Narayan took the form of a tortoise. And why tortoise? Samudra Manthan was taking place. We know that when we do Shiv Puja, on the night of Shivratri, Samudra Manthan takes place, where the demons and the asuras, the demons and the devtas, were all seeking the nectar that will make them immortal. Bhagwan Sri Narayan assumed the form of a tortoise, and Lord Shiva said that you need to churn the ocean for the nectar to come onto the shore, and thereafter whoever drinks that nectar will become immortal. Vasugi, the serpent or the snake of Lord Shiva, became the rope. Bhagwan Sri Narayan instructed Vindhyachara mountain. The entire mountain was submerged into the ocean, but the ocean's mountain was sinking into the ocean. Bhagwan Sri Narayan assumed the form of a tortoise, a giant tortoise, and the mountain was then placed onto the tortoise. We all know the shell of the tortoise is unbreakable, and it can sustain any weight. And when the tortoise goes inside the shell, nobody can even take the tortoise out. The shell is rock solid. The mountain was placed onto this shell of Bhagwan Sri Narayan, and the churning of the ocean took place. One side the devtas are pulling, one side the demons were pulling, and out of that ocean many, many things came out, including Mahalakshmi, with the colors in her hand, lota, rice, full of rice, and also wealth. Eventually, the nectar did come out, and also the Bhagwan Sri Narayan assumed the form of a beautiful young woman to persuade and dissuade the demons. So they chased after this beautiful woman. That is and the devtas were able to drink the nectar and become immortal and recapture the lost kingdoms on the lost worlds that they lost to the devtas. So the Kurma avatar is the second avatar in the 10 avatar theology. We will continue with the other avatars during the course of the puja. Bolo Shri Satya Narayan Bhagavan ki jai. Hari Om Adhyay Bijam Sutta Vacham Athanyat Sampravakshyami Krutam Yena Pura Dvijam Kashita Kashipure Ramya Yasita Vipro Nidhardanam Strudbhyam Vyakulo Bhutvam Nityam Babhrana Bhutela Dukitam Brahmanam Drashtvam Bhagwan Brahmanam Priyam Vriddha Brahmanam Rupastam Prapacha Dvijamadaran Kimartha Brahmase Vipra Mahim Nitya Sukhi Datam Tat Sarva Shotum Ichami Kathayatam Dijasattamam Brahmano Vacha Brahmano Asti Daridroham Bhikshartha Ve Brahme Mahim Upayam Yadi Janasi Kripaya Kathaya Prabhu Satya Narayano Vishnu Vanchithatha Phala Pradam Tasyam Tvam Pujanam Vipra Kurushva Vrata Uttamam Yat Kritva Sarva Dukebhyo Mukto Pravati Manavaham Vidyanam Cha Vratastyapi Vipram Bhashya Yatat Nataham Satya Narayanam Vruddha Tatre Vananta Dittataham tadam vratam shankarishyami yadu katham brahmane vehim iti sanchitya viprasyo ratro nindra na labdavan tata pratam samuthaya satya narayanam vratam karishya iti sankalpya bhikshar manta gadam dvijam tasmina deva dine vipra prachuram dravyamapavam teneva bandhubi sarga satya yasya vratamacharatam sarva dukha vinirmukta sarva sampat samanvitam babuva cha dvideshto vratasyasya prabhavatam tata prabhuti kale cha masi masi vratam krutam evam narayanasjedam vratam kritvadijottamam sarva papi vanarmuktam dullabham moksha vaptavam vratam asya yada vipram prithviyam sancharishyati tadevam sarva dukhe cha manujasya vinashyati evam narayanam noktam naradaya mahatmane maya tat katitam vipram kim yatam katayami vaham tasmadi prachutam kena prithviyam charitam mune tat sarva shrotumichamam shraddhasmakam prajayate suta vacha shrunudvam munayam sarve vratam yena kritam bhuvi ekada saddhi treshto yata vibhava vistare bandhubi swajene sarga vratam kartu samudyatam e asmin antare kale kaste kreta samam gatam bahi kastam cha samstapya viprasya grahamayayo trishnayam piditatmacha drashtavam viprakrutvatam pranitpatya dvijam praha kimidam krivate tvaya vadame prabhu vipravacha satya narayanasjedam vratam sarveshitim pradam tasya prasadan me sarva danya dadikam mahat om tasmadetam vratam jnatvam kashta ketadi harshitam papo jalam prasadam cha bhuktavasa nagaram yayo satya narayanam devam manasa itcha chintayat kashta vikratyo grame prapyate chadya yadnam tenevam satya devasyo karishye vratayuttamam iti sanchitya manasam kashtam dhrutva tumastake jagama nagare ramye daninam yatya samstitim tanim kashtamulyam cha dvigunam paptanvanaso tatam prasanam hradayam supakvam kadali phalam sharkara dhrutam dugdam cha godumasya chuchurnakam kritva katra sampadam cha gritvasa grubham yayo tato bandhunam samahuyam chakaram vidinam vratam tadi vatsyam prabhavenam danna putrati de bhavat iha loke sukam bhuktvam chantya satya puram yayo hari om iti skanda purane reva khande Satya Narayan Vrat kathayam dvitiyo adhyaya sampurnam bolo Shri Satya Narayan Bhagavan ki jai. In chapter 2 of the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha, Narad Muni asked Bhagavan Shri Krishna who is the first person that did the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha. And Bhagavan Shri Krishna replies that there was a very poor Brahman. Now we all know the hierarchy. Bhagavan is on top, and immediately after that we have all the Brahmins, and immediately after that we have all the different classes of people. When he saw the condition of this poor Brahman, he assumes the form of an elder Brahman, and he approaches him and asks him, why are you struggling so much? And the poor Brahman replied that I go around begging from house to house and I still cannot make ends meet. Is there something that I can do that will alleviate my problems? And Bhagwan Sri Narayan gives him the solution of the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha. And the Brahman at home comes back, tells his family that we will do the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha. Couldn't sleep at night. The very next day he goes around begging, and on that day he gets double the amount of whatever he normally gets hold of his family, does the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha. And within a short space of time, he becomes wealthy. And it doesn't stop there. He continues to do the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha on every Purnima day until he attains liberation. Problem with mankind is that we keep asking Bhagwan for everything. And when we do get everything, the first person we forget is Bhagwan. Chapter 2 teaches us that every opportunity we get, we bow our head down at the feet of Bhagwan and appreciate what we have, irrespective of what it is. Because Bhagwan wants the love and bhavana. And it is through his grace that we acquire everything that we have. So why not pay our respects to Bhagwan first? One day, whilst the poor Brahman was doing the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha, there was a woodcutter that was passing by, and he saw this huge crowd of people seated there. At the end of the Katha, he approaches the Brahman and he asks the Brahman, "Sir, what have you done?" And the Brahman replies that I have done the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha, and he narrates his experiences. That after a period of time I become wealthy, and the woodcutter says, I also go around from house to house, from village to village, selling my wood, and there are certain days that I don't sell anything at all, and I find it difficult to look after my family. And the Brahman gives him the Vrat Katha and the Vidhi, and he goes to do his business. And like the Brahman, on the very next day, he also accumulates double the amount for selling his wood, comes back home, does the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha, and he also attains wealth after a period of time. And he too, like the Brahman, continued to do the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha on the beginning of each month on Padua. And at the end of his lifespan, he also attains liberation. That, in essence, is chapter 2 of the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha. Bolo Shri Satya Narayan Bhagavan ki jai.
Narayan, 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 Shriman Narayan, Shriman Narayan, Narayan, Narayan.
Bole
Narayan, Sriman Narayan, 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 Satya Narayan,
Narayan, Hari Narayan, Bhajman Narayan, Narayan, Narayan.
Narayan, Hari Narayan, Bhajman Narayan, Narayan, Narayan.
Hari Narayan, Narayan, Narayan.
Hari Narayan, Narayan, Narayan.
Satya Narayan, Narayan, Narayan.
Satya Narayan, Narayan, Narayan.
Lakshmi Narayan, Narayan.
Bolo bata bolo.
Narayan.
Lakshmi Narayan, Narayan, Narayan.
Narayan, Sriman Narayan, Bhajne Narayan, Narayan, Narayan.
Oh,
Narayan, Sriman Narayan, 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 Satya Narayan.
Manisha, your foot.
Narayan,
Clap your
Sriman
hands.
Narayan, Badri Narayan, Narayan, Narayan.
Narayan, Sriman Narayan, Bhadri Narayan Narayan Narayan
Narayan Narayan Narayan
Jai Jai Narayan Narayan Narayan
Lambo Narayan Narayan
Narayan Narayan Narayan
Sriman Narayan Narayan Narayan
Sriman Narayan Narayan Narayan
Satya Narayan Narayan Narayan
Satya Narayan Narayan Narayan
Satya Narayan Narayan Narayan
Satya Narayan Narayan Narayan
Narayan Sriman Narayan Jai Jai Narayan Narayan Narayan
Narayan Sriman Narayan Satya Narayan Narayan Narayan
Ah. Vayu.
Satya Narayan Bhagavan
भगवान की जय जय हो. In the 10th avatar, the third reincarnation of Bhagwan Sri Narayan, he assumes the form of a boar, one animal that got two tusks and a long flat nose. Vara avatar, 3J, Hiranya Kansha Badi Bhoop, Damato Prithvi no Papi, Dandagrahi Lavya Vara Sura, Avani Stira Stapi. The bow avatar. The story goes in the Vedas that the gatekeepers in Vaikunth, abode of Bhagwan Sri Narayan, they are called Jay and Vijay. When Sonak and Adi Rishis went there to visit Bhagwan Sri Narayan, they refused Sonak Adi entry to go and see Narayan. We know that the Rishis have a very hot temper. All Brahmins generally have a very hot temper, not me. Immediately, they cursed Jay and Vijay that you will be born as demons for the next 3 births. And in the first birth, Hiranyaksha and Hiranyakashipu were born. And Hiranyakasha had a boon that he was invincible. So he captured the whole 3 worlds, including the Devatas. And he takes Mother Earth and the Vedas, and he submerges them into the ocean. Bhagwan Sri Narayan wanted to re-establish Dharma again. So he assumes the form of a boar, goes into the river, defeats Hiranyakashipu, and he brings Mother Earth, Prithvi ne Pachi Stapi, reinstate Earth into its original planet in the galaxy. And how he brings the Earth? Dandagrahi. The entire Earth was carried onto the 2 tusks of Vara the boar. So that, in essence, was the 3rd avatar of Bhagwan Sri Narayan. And in the 4th avatar, he assumed the form of Narasim Bhagwan, half man, half lion. And he destroyed Hiranyakashipu. Hiranyakashipu did not allow anybody to worship Bhagwan in his kingdom. He was God. His own son was Prahlad, an ardent devotee of Bhagwan Sri Narayan. Hiranyakashipu tried many things to destroy Prahlad's bhakti and devotion to Bhagwan. And he tells Prahlad, show me, where is this Bhagwan of yours that you continuously pray to him? We know that Bhagwan is omnipresent, omniscient, amongst us at all times. We just fail to realize that sometimes. Hiranyakashipu had a boon that he cannot be killed by any weapon, cannot be killed on top, cannot be killed down, cannot be killed by human, cannot be killed by any devtas. Bhagwan Brahma gave him the boon. He took control of all the three worlds. And when Prahlad prostrated and told Bhagwan, please save me, Bhagwan assumed the form of Narasimha Bhagwan, half man, half lion. And he appeared before Hiranyakashipu. And when Narasimha Bhagwan appeared, he came out of a pillar of rock. That entire pillar of rock was torn open and he appeared in a very fierce form. If you saw the form of Narasimha Bhagwan, you will see half lion, half man, with big hands, long nails. And he appeared before Hiranyakashipu. And he takes Hiranyakashipu and he puts him on his lap. And he takes his nails and he destroys him. One asked this question, but he was invincible. How did he die? The Vedas clearly illustrates to us that when Bhagwan placed him on his lap, he was not on top, he was not down. He did not get killed by a human, he was killed by a half man or a half animal. He was not killed by any object, any weapon, anything. He was killed with the nails of Bhagwan Shri Narayan. So in the fourth avatar, Bhagwan Shri Narayan says, Chauthe Narasi no avatar, Swami potano jani, nakhe kari nirharya narahara, narasina Swami. So in the fourth avatar of Bhagwan Shri Narayan, he assumed the form of Narasimha Bhagwan and reinstated. Prahlad became an ardent devotee and a huge king and a ruler of many dynasties that came after him, including the Pandavas. So you can imagine these devotees that gave their life and surrendered to the worship of the divine. So that in essence is the Das Avatar short one. Bolo Shri Satya Narayan Bhagavan ki jai. Everybody take flowers in the hand. Adhyay Trijom Suto Vachyam Pudaragre Pravakshyami Shrunudvam Munisattamam Pura Cholka Muko Nama Nupaswami Mahipatim Jitendriyam Satyavadi Yayo Devalayam Prati Dine Dine Dhanam Dattvam Dvijanam Shanto Yashrudim Bharyatrasya Pramugdam Cha Saroj Vaddanam Satim Bhadrashila Nadi Tire Satya Yasya Vratamacharat Etasmani Antare Tatra Sadhu Reka Samagatam Vani Jaryat Bahudaneram Neke Paripuratim Navam Samstapya Tattire Jagam Nrupatim Pratim Drashtavam Cha Vratinam Bhupam Prapacha Vinayanvitam Sadhu Vacham Kimidam Kurushe Rajan Bhakti Yuktena Chetasam Prakasham Kuru Tatsvarva Shrotumichami Samratam Raja Vacham Pujanam Kriyate Sadho Vishnaro Tula Jejasa Vratam Cha Swajanem Sarga Putra Dhavapti Kamyayam भूपस्य वचनं श्रुत्वा साधु प्रोवाच सादरं सर्वकथयं मे राजं करिष्येय अहं तवोदितं ममापि सन्तनी नास्ति ततो निवृत्तं वाणिज्यार्थं सा आनंदो गृहमागतः भार्याये कथितं सर्व व्रत संततिदायकं तदा व्रतं करिष्यामि यदा मे संततिर्भवेत् इति लीलावती प्राह पत्नीं साधु ससत्तमम् एकस्मिन् दिवसे तस्य भार्या लीलावती सतां भर्तुयुक्ताम् अनन्तितां भवद्धर्मपरायणां गर्भणी सा भवत् तस्य भार्या सत्यप्रसादत दस्मे मासी वै तस्या कन्या रत्नमजायत दिने दिने सा ववृद्धे शुक्लपक्षे यथा शशि यमुना कलावती चति तन्मानं करणं कृतं ततां लीलावती प्राह स्वामिनं मधुरं वचं न करोषि किमर्थवे पुरा संकल्पितं व्रतं साधुवाच विवाह समये तस्यां करिष्यामि व्रतं प्रिये इति भार्या समाश्वास्य जगाम नगरं प्रति ततं कलावती कन्या ववृद्धे पितृवेश्मनि दृष्टवां कन्या ततं साधु नरगरे सिकिभिं सह मंत्रयित्वा द्रुतं दूतं प्रेषयामास धर्मवितं विवाहार्थ च कन्यायं वरं श्रेष्ठं विचारय तेनाज्ञस्तपश्चं दूतोस्य काञ्चनं नगरं ययो तस्मादेकं वणिक्पुत्रं समादाय गतो हि सः दृष्ट्वा तं सुन्दरं बालं वणिक्पुत्र गुणान्वितं ज्ञातिभिः बन्धुभिः सार्ग परितुष्टेन चेतसां दत्तवान् साधुराहूय कन्या तस्मै विद्यानतं ततो भाग्यवशात् तेन विस्मृतं व्रत उत्तमं विवाह समये त्वास्यस्तेन रुष्टो भवत्नं प्रभु तत कालेन नियतो निज कर्म विशारद वाणिज्यार्यात् ततो शीघ्रं जामात्र सतोर्वणिकं रत्नापुरे रम्ये गत्वा सिंधु समीपत वाणिजयमरोत्कर्य साधु जामात्र सीमतः तो गत्वा नगरे रम्ये चंद्रक्रेतोनुप्रस्य च एतस्मिन्नेव काले तु सत्यनारायणं प्रभु भक्त प्रतीक्षामालोक्य शापं तस्मै प्रदत्तवान् दारुणं कठिनं चास्य महादुःख भविष्यति एकस्मिन् दिवसे राज्ञो धनमादाय तस्करं तत्रैवं चागवत्सोर वणिजो यत्र संस्थितो तप्त श्राद्ध दत्त्वाङ्कानं दत्तान् द्रष्टुमाभीतनें धनं संस्थाप्य तत्रैवं सत्तु शीघ्रमलिक्षत ततो दूतो समायात यत्रास्ते सज्जनो वणिक् दृष्ट्वा नृपधनं तत्र बद्ध्वानीतो वणिक्सुतो हर्षेण धावमाश्च उच नृपं समीपत तस्करो दो समानीतो विलोकयो ज्ञापयो प्रभो राजा सपांस्तत्वं शीघ्रं ददं बद्ध्वा तु त्वाबुभो स्थापितो द्वौ महादुर्गे कारागारे विचारत मायया सत्यदेवस्य न श्रुतं केष्टयावर्च अतस्तयोधनं राज्ञा गृहीतं चन्द्रकेतूनां तच्चापास्यं तत्योग्रहे भार्या चैवाति दुःखितां चोरणापहृतं सर्व गृहे यच्च स्थितं धनम् आदिव्याधि समायुक्तां श्रिप्तपाशाति दुःखिताम् अन्नचितां परं भूत्वा बभ्राम्णं च गृहे गृहे कलावती तु कन्यापि बभ्रानं प्रतिवासरम् एकस्मिन् दिवसे जात्या शुद्धात् द्विजमन्दिरं गृहीत्वांशं पश्यत् व्रतं तत्र सत्यनारायणस्य च उपविश्यं कथां श्रुत्वा वरं पार्थित्वं यपि प्रसादं भक्षणं कृत्वा ययो रात्र गृहं प्रति माता कलावतीं कन्या कथायामास प्रेमतं पुत्री रात्रो स्थिता कुत्रं किं ते मनसि वर्तते कन्या कलावतीं प्राहं मातरं प्रतिस्थवरं द्विजालये व्रतं मातरं दृष्टं वाञ्छितसिद्धिदं तच्छ्रुत्वा कन्यावाक्यं व्रतं कर्तुं समुद्यतां साता तदा तु वणिक्भार्या सत्यनारायणस्य च व्रतं चक्रे सेवसाध्वी बन्धुभिः स्वजनं सह भर्तुजमानारों क्षिप्रम् आगच्छेता स्वमाश्रमम् अपराधं चे भर्तुजामातुं मे मातु श्रुतं हसीं व्रते नानं तुष्टकस्यो सत्यनारायणं प्रभो दर्शयामासां स्वप्नं हिं चन्द्रकेतुनुपोत्तमं बन्दिनो मोचयं प्रातरं वणिजो नृपसत्तमं देयं धनं च तत्सर्वं गृहीतं यत्त्वमाधुनां नो चेत् त्वानां शिष्यामि सराजय धनपुत्रकम् एव भाष्यां राजनं ध्यानगम्यो भवतु तत प्रभातं मये राजा च स्व उपविश्यं सुमामध्ये प्राहं स्वप्ननं जनं प्रति बद्धो महाजनो शीघ्रं मोचयं दो वणिक्सुतो इति राज्ञो व्रचं श्रुत्वा महाजनो समानीयं नृपसाग्रे प्राहुस्ते विपनाविताम् अनीतो द्वौ वणिक्पुत्रो मुक्ते निगदबन्धनां ततो महाजनो नृत्वा चन्द्रक्रेतुनुपोत्तमं स्मरन्तो पूर्ववृत्तान्त नो चतुर्भयविवहलो राजा वणिक्सुतो वृक्ष्यं सत्य प्रोवाच सादरं देवात् प्राप्तं महाद्दुःखम् इन्दानि नास्ति वे भयं तथा निगम संत्याग्यं क्षोरं कर्मादकारयत वस्त्रालङ्कारं दत्त्वा परितोषनुपश्चतो पुरस्कृत्य वणिक्पुत्रो वचसास्तोषये भृशं पुराणितं तु तदं द्रव्यं द्विगुणं कृत्य दत्तवान् प्रोवाचत्तो ततो राजा गच्छो साधो निजालयं राजनं प्रणीत्यं पाहं रतवं तत्प्रसादतम् इति स्कंद पुराणे रेवाखंडे श्री सत्यनारायण व्रत कथायाम तृतीयोध्याय संपूर्णम। बोलो श्री सत्यनारायण भगवान की जय। In the third chapter, must remember that Sudji is narrating this katha to thousands of rishis there in Naimisharanya, and Bhagavan Sri Krishna is narrating this katha to Narad Muni in Vaikunt Lok. In the third chapter, there was a king by the name of Cholkamuk Raja, very pious, very religious, and together with his wife was doing the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha on the river banks on a daily basis. And because of that, his entire kingdom was prosperous, happy, content, enough rains, enough grain. People were generally very, very happy. Whilst he was doing the Katha, there was a businessman, a sadhu Vanya, that was passing by, and he saw this huge crowd of people seated there. And at the end of the Katha, he approaches the king, says, Sire, what have you done? And he goes on to explain the Vrat Vidhi of this Katha, Satya Narayan Katha, And the Sadhu Vanya says, yes, I want to do this Katha because I do not have any children. And he comes back home. His wife is also very religious, Leelavati. And he tells Leelavati that we will do the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha. And Leelavati makes an undertaking that we will do the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha. And Bhagwan Shri Narayan takes in that undertaking and he blesses the couple. And within a short space of time, Leelavati gives birth to a beautiful young daughter who was named Kalavati. And that daughter, at that point in time, the wife reminds the Sadhu Vanya that we must do the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha. And the Sadhu Vanya says that we will do the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha when that young girl is of a marriageable age. And he goes on to conduct his business. Day by day, this young girl grows up into a very beautiful young woman. The Sadhu Vanya sees her and he tells his messenger, find one young Brahman boy, and the wedding takes place. And even at that point in time, through some karma or the other, Satya Narayan Vrat Katha does not take place. And the Sadhu Vanya goes on to conduct his business. At this point in time, Satya Narayan Bhagwan says, I now need to teach this man a lesson. Because every time we want to do the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha, he keeps moving the goalpost, keeps making excuses. So when he goes on to his next journey, he goes on to the kingdom of Chandraketu Raja. And there was a robbery that takes place in that kingdom. And the thieves take off, run away with all the stolen goods. And they offload the stolen goods, the soldiers were chasing them, where the Sadhu Vanya and the son-in-law were staying, and they run away. When the soldiers come, they assume that the Sadhu Vanya and the son-in-law were the culprits. They tie them up and bring them in front of the king. And through some karma or the other, the king does not even ask them any question, give instruction to lock them up immediately. And on the other side, Leelavati and Kalavati started experiencing severe difficulties. They get robbed. They lose everything. Kalavati now goes out begging from house to house. One day she goes to a house where a lot of people were seated in a puja, at the end of which she approaches the Brahman, and the Brahman gives her the vidhi of the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha. She has the prasad, drinks the water, comes back home quite late. The mother scolds her, where were you? Why did you come home so late? And Kalavati replies, I went to this place where they were doing the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha, and immediately the mother realizes that the difficulties and the challenges that they were facing because they did not complete the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha. She, next day, whatever funds they can accumulate, does the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha, falls down at the feet of Bhagwan Sri Narayan, begs for his forgiveness, and tells Bhagwan Sri Narayan, wherever my husband and son-in-law are, please bring them back safely. Bhagwan Narayan is merciful. He listens and he answers everybody's prayers. Man vanchit phal prapti artham. He fulfills all your wishes, all your desires. He goes into the dream of Chandraketu Raja and he instructs the king to release both the businessman and son-in-law. The very next day, the king in the assembly brings back the Sadhu Vanya, the son-in-law, cleans them up, clothes them, and gives them back their wealth. And on top of that, gives them some of his wealth. And he instructs them and he tells them, it is through some karma or the other that you have been locked up by an error or by a mistake. You can now go back home. So that in essence is chapter 3 of the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha. Bolo Shri Satya Narayan Bhagwan ki jai.
Satya Narayan Bhagavan ki Jai Jai Narayan Narayan Hari Hari Jai Jai Narayan
Narayan Narayan
Hari Hari.
सब बोले
Teeri लीला सबसे न्यारी न्यारी हरि हरि
तेरी लीला सबसे न्यारी न्यारी हरि हरि
तेरी महिमा प्रभु है प्यारी प्यारी हरि हरि
तेरी महिमा प्रभु है प्यारी प्यारी हरि हरि
जय जय नारायण नारायण हरि हरि
जय जय नारायण नारायण हरि हरि
अलख निरंजन भव दुख भंजन तनम निरंजन दाता
तनम निरंजन दुख भंजन जन्म निरंजन दाता
हमें सेवा कहे अपने शरण में करो निर्भय जगदाता हमें सेवा कहे अपने शरण में करो निर्भय जगदाता ओ करो निर्भय जगदाता
करो निर्भय जगदाता
तूने लाखों की नैया तारी तारी हरि हरि
जय जय नारायण नारायण हरि हरि
ओ लक्ष्मी नारायण नारायण हरि हरि
ओ लक्ष्मी नारायण नारायण हरि हरि
तेरी लीला सबसे न्यारी न्यारी हरि हरि
ओ तेरी लीला सबसे प्यारी प्यारी हरि हरि
तेरी महिमा प्रभु है प्यारी प्यारी हरि हरि
तेरी महिमा प्रभु है प्यारी प्यारी हरि हरि
जय जय नारायण नारायण हरि हरि
जय जय नारायण नारायण हरि हरि
जय जय नारायण
हरि हरि
सत्य नारायण
ओम हरि हरि
लक्ष्मी नारायण
हरि हरि
सूर्य नारायण
ओम हरि हरि
जय जय नारायण नारायण 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 हरि हरि
सत्य नारायण नारायण हरि हरि
सत्य नारायण नारायण हरि हरि
हरि हरि हरि हरि हरि हरि हरि हरि नारायण नारायण हरि हरि जय जय
नारायण नारायण हरि हरि
बोलो श्री सत्य नारायण भगवान की जय सूर्य नारायण भगवान
भगवान की जय We have such a beautiful image of Bhagavan Sri Satya Narayan. Chaturbhuj, Shukal Varna, Shank, Chakra, Gada, Padma. In his four hands, Shanka, Chakra, Gada, Padma. Chaturbhuj avatar, Satya Narayan's one. And you will also notice that the Brahman is doing the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha similar to what we've done here. You will also notice the position of the couple, Yajmans, that are seated doing the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha. In the Vedas, the position of the wife is clearly illustrated by various mantras. For our purposes of puja, the wife will always sit on the right-hand side of the husband because they are always right. In certain pujas, the wife will sit on the left hand side, especially when we're doing Shraddh Kriya. So again, these positions are important to us also. In the Das avatar, the fifth avatar, Bhagwan Sri Narayan was the Vaman avatar. Very popular Vaman avatar. It is said that Bali, captured the entire three worlds, very powerful. Took over all the Swarga, Narak, earth. And in order to reclaim the three worlds again, the Brahmins together with Brahmaji all approach Bhagwan Sri Narayan, and Bhagwan Sri Narayan assumes the form of a dwarf. And he approaches Bali. And he tells Bali, Bhikshan Dehi. Yes, this small little dwarf talking to this huge king. And he tells Bali, Bali says, ask whatever you wish, I will give it to you. So Bali Raja says that in 3 steps, you give me whatever I want. So Bali Raja is thinking that in 3 steps, what is this dwarf going to take? In 3 steps. He commits himself and he says, Tathastu, I will honor your request. And immediately, the dwarf changes into the Virat Roop, Bhagwan Sri Narayan. Huge form, Bhagwan Sri Narayan. Bali now knew that this was none other than Bhagwan Sri Narayan in the form of the dwarf. In the first step, he captures the 3 loks. He reinstates it, gives it back to the Devtas. Second step captures the nether loks, Swarga, Paath, below earth. Now the third step. There was no place to put the third step. And Bali Raja gives his word. Bhagwan Sri Narayan puts his third step on the head of Bali Raja and sends him down to the nether world. Bhagwan Sri Narayan was immensely pleased with the devotion of Bali Raja because he was committed and he honored his word. And he gives Bali Raja a boon. Ask whatever you wish, I'll give you. Bali Raja says that you have now given me Patal Lok, the nether worlds. I will look after the nether worlds, but you need to come and be my doorkeeper. So Bhagwan Sri Narayan now becomes the gatekeeper, the doorkeeper of Bali Raja in Patal Lok. Now in Vishnu Lok, Lakshmi ji is getting worried, no Bhagwan Narayan. Narad Muni comes. Now we all know what Narad Muni is. Narad Muni goes to Lakshmi ji. He says, you want Narayan Bhagwan back. You need to go to Bali Raja and say to Bali Raja that I am your sister. Lakshmi ji goes there in Patal Lok, goes to Bali Raja and tells Bali Raja that I am your sister. And on Raksha Bandhan day, she ties a Rakhi for Bali Raja. Yena Baddho Bali Raja, Danavendro Mahabalam, Tena Tvam Pratibadhanami, Raksha Machala, Raksha Sutra. Now we all know what happens on Raksha Bandhan day when the sister ties Raksha Bandhan or Raksha Sutra, promising, the brother promises to look after her give her whatever she wants. Mang, asked her Lakshmiji, whatever you want, I will give it to you. Lakshmiji says, all I want is my Narayan Bhagavan back again. That is where Raksha Bandhan started in the Vedas, where this Raksha Sutra. So that is why when we commence this puja, Lakshmi ji is ever present when we do the Raksha Sutra. The importance of doing our pujas can never be underestimated. But the power of doing these pujas can also never be underestimated. It is this love and devotion that is carrying us through to all these pujas. In the sixth avatar, remember the evolution of man from fish to a tortoise who could live in water and on land, to a wild boar, to an animal, to the dwarf. In the sixth avatar is Parsuram. Parsuram was given a boon that he had the power to destroy the entire earth. Parsuram only had one axe in his hand, and his parents were renowned Brahmins. One day one king came and told his parents that they wanted the cow, we call it the cow of plenty, Kamdenu. Kamdenu had the ability to give milk continuously to whoever came there. And the king wanted this. And eventually the war took place. The king destroyed the Brahman and his family. When Parsuram came back, he saw this entire family destroyed, and he goes there with his axe and he killed the entire king and his kingdom. And his anger could not be subsided. 21 times Parsuram destroyed the entire earth. That was the power of Parsuram. Panchame, Atibadiyo Badadev, Vaman Roop. Jeti Surapatiyo Kampe, when he overtook those three worlds. Vaman Roop Daryu Maharaje, Badine Patare Chapi. Chatte, Parasuram Avatar, Farasi Hato Ma Jali, Sahastra Arjuna Mari, Prithvi Nakshatra Kiti. He killed King Arjun, and they destroyed the entire earth for 21 times. That in essence is the fifth and the sixth avatars of Bhagavan Shri Narayan. Bolo Shri Satya Narayan Bhagavan Ki Adhyay Chotam Sutavacham. Everybody take flowers in the hands, please. Time is perfect. Yatram trum kritavam sumaksam charam purvikamam brahmane vyom danam dattvam tadatum nagaram kiyadam dure gato sadhyo Satya Narayana Prabhu jignasam krutavan sadhyo kimasti tvamano sittamam tato mahajano matto helaya cha prahasyave katam prutasti bodandin mruddane tu kimaschasim lata patradikam chaiva vartate taranum mama nishturam cha vracham shrutvam satyam bhavatu te vacham evam muktvam gatam shigram danditasya samipatam kiyad dure tato gatvam stitam sindhu samipatam gate dandinim sadhuscha kritya nitya kriyastadam uttitam tarani drashtvam visamyam paramam yayo drashtvam latadikam chaiva murchitonyat patam bruvi labda swanik putra tachintam nivom bhavat tadatu duhitam kanto vachanam chedamam bravit kimartha kriyate shoka shapo datascha dandinam shakyate tena sarvahi कर्तु चात्र न संशयम् अतस्त चरणं यामो वाञ्छितार्थो भविष्यति जामार्तु वचनं श्रुत्वा तत्काश्यं गतस्तदा दृष्ट्वां चं दन्दिनं भक्त्वां नृत्वा प्रोवाच सादरं समक्ष्वं चापराधं मे यत्कथं तव सन्निधो एवं पुनः पुनर्नत्वा महाशोकाकुलोद्भवत् प्रोवाचो वचनं दन्दी मम पूजा बहिर्मूर्खम् मामवज्ञानं दुर्बुद्धे लब्धं दुःखं मुहुर्मुहुः तच्छ्रुत्वा भगवद्वाक्यं च स्तुतिं कर्तुं समध्यतः साधुवाच त्वम् आयामोहितां सर्व ब्रह्मादास्त्री दिवोकस न जानन्ति गुणानं रूपोत्वस्वामिदं प्रभो मृदों तहं त्वां कथं जाने मोहितवं मया प्रसिद्धं पूजयिष्यामि यथा विभविविस्तरे पुरावित्तं च तत्सर्वं दोहि मां शरणं गतं श्रुत्वा तुं भक्तियुक्तं वाक्यं परितुष्टो जनार्दनं वरं च वाञ्छितं दत्त्वा तत्रैवान्तर्दे हरि ततो नावं समारूह्यं दष्ट्वा वित्तपरिपुतां कृपया सत्यदेवस्य सफलं वाञ्छितं मम इत्यकृत्वा सजें सार्ग पूजा कृत्वा यथा विधिं हर्षणं चावटं पूर्ण सत्यदेव प्रसादतं नावं संयोजयं यत्नेनं स्वदेशं गमनं कृतं साधु जार्मान्तरं प्राह पश्य रत्नपुरी मम द्रुतं च प्रेषयामास निजवित्तस्य रक्षकं दूतोऽस्वं नगरं गत्वा साधु भार्या विलोक्य च प्रोवाच वाञ्छितं वाक्य नत्वा बन्धाजलिस्तदा निकटे नगरस्यैव जामात्र सतितो वनिक् आगतो बन्धुवर्गश्च विच्चश्च बहुवीर्युक्तं श्रुत्वा दूतमुखं महाहर्षवती सती सत्यपूजा दत्तं कृत्वा प्रोवाचं तनुजां पतिं व्रजामि शीघ्रम् आगति मार्तुवच श्रुत्वा व्रतं कृत्वा समाप्य च प्रसादं परित्यज्य च गता सापि पतिं प्रति तेन रुष्टं सत्यदेवो भर्तारं तरणीं तथा संहत्य च धने सार्ग जले तस्मिन् निमज्जयत् ततः कलावती कन्या न विलोकय निजं पतिं साकेनं महतां तत्र रुद्रती चापतद्भ्रुवि दृष्ट्वां ततां विद्यां नौकां काञ्च्या च बहु दुःखितां बीतेन मनसां प्राह किमाश्चर्यम् इदं भवेत् चित्यां कुलिता सर्वे बभूव विस्तरं कथाम् ततो लीलावती कन्या दृष्ट्वा चाविर्भवत् विलालापाति दुःखेनं भर्तारं चेदमं ब्रवीत् इन्दानी नौक्यां सर्ग कथं सोदबुधलक्षितं न जाने कस्य देवस्य हेलया चैव सायतां सत्यदेवस्य महात्म्यं ज्ञातुं वा केन शक्यते इत्यकृत्वा विललापार्थ ततश्च स्वजनं सहं ततो लीलावती कन्या क्रोधे कृत्वा रुरोधः तथा कलावती कन्या नष्टे स्वामिनीं दुःखितां गृहीत्वां पादुकां तस्यां नुगतुं च मनोदध्ये कन्यायाश्चरितं दृष्ट्वा स भार्या सज्जनो वनिक् अतिशोकेन सन्तप्ति दिन्यमासां धर्मवितं हयतं वा सत्यदेवेनं भ्राता दोहं सत्यमाययां सत्यपूजां करिष्यामि यथा विभवविस्तरे इति सर्वान् समाहूय कथयित्वा मनोरथं नत्वा चं दण्डवद्भूमौ सत्यदेव पुनः पुनः ततस्तुष्टं सत्यदेवो दीनानां पारिपालकं जगात् वचनं चैव कृपया भक्तवत्सलं Tatkotva prasanam kanya patim drashtum samagatam atodasya bhavottasya kanya kaya pati dhruvam graham gritva prasadam cha bhuktava sayati chet punaham labdha bhatri suta sadhyo bhavishyati na samshayam kanyaka tadasham vakyam shrutva gagana mandalat shipramevam griham gatva prasadam babuje chasaham tata praschat punarangatya dadarsha cha nijam pratim tata kalavati trushta jagat vitaram pratim indani tum gruham yahi vilamba kurushe katam tat shutvam kanya vakyam santushto budam vaniksuta pujanam satya devasya kritva vidhi vidyanataham denar bandur ganesadyam jagamam nijamandiram danimasyam cha sankranto pujam kritva yatha vidhim ihaloke sukam bhuktva yante satyapuram yayo iti skanda purane reva kande Shri Satya Narayan Vrat kathayam chaturtho adhyaya sampurnam bolo Shri Satya Narayan Bhagavan ki jai. In chapter 4, the Sadhu Vanya and the son-in-law were now released and they make their way home. At this point in time, Bhagavan Satya Narayan said, I'm still not happy. So when the ship is anchored on the shore, he assumes the form of an elder Brahmin and he approaches the businessman and the son-in-law, what have you got in your boat? And the son-in-law replies, why are you asking us this question? Do you want to steal everything that we have? We've got nothing except leaves and twigs. Bhagavan Sri Narayan says, whatever you say is true, and he goes away from them. When they finish the puja vidhi, suddenly boat is starting to sink and all they could see was leaves and twigs. They realize their mistake and they run to the seashore, falls down at the feet of Bhagavan Sri Narayan, begs for his forgiveness. Narayan scolds them, even though that you've been through severe challenges, difficulties, you still haven't learned your lesson, and he spoke a lie. We are human beings. We are bound to make mistakes, and in this Kali Yuga, please forgive us. Bhagavan Sri Narayan forgives them. They do the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha, make their way home. They come on the seashore. He sends his messengers to home to say they had arrived. Messenger comes there. Lilavati does the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha, instructs the daughter Kalavati to complete the Katha and then come to the seashore to see her husband. But in a haste to see her husband, does not complete the Katha, does not eat the prasad, and makes the way to the seashore. Bhagavan Sri Narayan teaches her a lesson, sinks the boat together with the son-in-law. When she gets to the seashore, no husband, no boat. She falls onto the ground knowing that she's lost her husband. She wants to commit herself as a sati. In the good old days, they used to commit themselves as satis into the fire. The Akashwani stops her and tells the Sadhu Vanya and the wife that your daughter did the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha but did not eat the prasad. The mahima of prasad can never be underestimated. We always offer prasad with love and devotion to Bhagavan. We always offer prasad with love and devotion at every offering that we make. She goes back home, does the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha, comes back. Bhagavan reinstates the boat together with the husband. And on the seashore, the daughter says, why are we wasting time? Please let us do the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha together with the family. Does the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha. That in essence is chapter 4 of the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha. Bolo Shri Satya Narayan Bhagavan ki jai.
श्रीमन्नारायण भजमन नारायण
श्रीमन्नारायण भजमन नारायण
श्रीमन्नारायण भजमन नारायण
श्रीमन्नारायण भजमन नारायण
हरि नारायण नारायण नारायण
हरि नारायण नारायण नारायण
नारायण नारायण नारायण
हरि नारायण नारायण नारायण
सत्यनारायण लक्ष्मी नारायण
सत्यनारायण लक्ष्मी नारायण
सत्यनारायण लक्ष्मी नारायण
सत्यनारायण लक्ष्मी नारायण
भजमन नारायण नारायण नारायण
भजमन नारायण नारायण नारायण
भजमन नारायण नारायण नारायण
भजमन नारायण नारायण नारायण
ब्रह्म नारायण विष्णु नारायण
ब्रह्मा नारायण विष्णु नारायण
ब्रह्म नारायण विष्णु नारायण
ब्रह्मा नारायण विष्णु नारायण
शिव नारायण नारायण
हरि बोल
नारायण
शिव नारायण नारायण नारायण
शिव नारायण नारायण नारायण
शिव नारायण नारायण नारायण
सूर्य नारायण चंद्र नारायण
सूर्य नारायण चंद्र नारायण
सूर्य नारायण चंद्र
बोलो
नारायण
बोलो सूर्य नारायण चंद्र नारायण
तारे नारायण नारायण नारायण
साई नारायण नारायण नारायण
तारे नारायण नारायण नारायण
साई नारायण नारायण नारायण
तुझ में नारायण मुझ में नारायण तुझ में
नारायण मुझ में नारायण
तुझ में नारायण मुझ में नारायण
तुझ में नारायण मुझ में नारायण
गुरु नारायण नारायण नारायण
गुरु नारायण नारायण नारायण
गुरु नारायण नारायण नारायण
गुरु नारायण नारायण नारायण
नारायण भजमन नारायण
श्रीमन्नारायण भजमन नारायण
हरि नारायण नारायण नारायण
हरि नारायण नारायण नारायण
हरि नारायण नारायण नारायण
हरि नारायण नारायण नारायण
श्रीमन्नारायण भजमन नारायण
श्रीमन्नारायण भजमन नारायण
हरि नारायण नारायण नारायण
हरि नारायण
नारायण नारायण
सत्य
नारायण भगवान की जय
हरि ओम. The seventh avatar of Bhagwan Sri Narayan, Ram avatar. सात में रघुवंशी अवतार, आनंद कौशल्या पामी, पंचवटी मां वसिया राघव, सीताना स्वामी. We all know in the Ramcharitra Manas the purpose of Bhagwan Sri Ramji's Janma on earth was to re-establish Dharma and also to destroy Ravan. That in essence is Bhagwan Sri Ramji's avatar. Bhagwan Sri Ramji, the evolution of man from fish to tortoise to the bow to Narsi the half to the dwarf to Parsuram, the perfect human being, Maryada Purushottam. रामचरित्र तुलसीदास जी वर्णन करते हैं रामचरितमानस में. Everybody needs to establish themselves in the same mold of Bhagwan Sri Ram and live the life of righteousness together with Sati Sita. Sati Sita was Pati Vrata, symbol of Pati Vrata, the ardent, devoted wife. She could have stayed back in Ayodhya and let Ramji go 14 years alone. But no. Sati Sita did not leave the feet of Bhagwan Sri Ram. In this age of Kali Yuga, everybody goes everywhere alone. How often do we say we need to live the life of Bhagwan Sri Maryada Purushottam, seventh avatar of Bhagwan Sri Narayan. आठ में कृष्ण तनो अवतार, कृष्ण गोकुड़चारी, राख्या गोपी गोवाड़, गोवर धनधारी. The eighth avatar, the most powerful, the most popular, the most happiest avatar, Bhagwan Krishna, was born. We can't call it an happy avatar because he was born in a jail. So we have to, Ram kahe sukha upaje or Krishna kahe dukha jai. Maryada Bhagwan Sri Ram had everything. He was born in a palace surrounded by making sound. The whistling sound is coming through. Krishna is playing some flute somewhere. Krishna Bhagwan was born in a jail and he went through severe challenges and difficulties, unlike Bhagwan Sri Ram. But Krishna Bhagwan also had a purpose, and through his grace we acquired the greatest epic of our time, the Bhagavad Gita. We've got Ramcharitramanas and we've got the Bhagavad Gita. Krishna Bhagwan killed Kans, re-established Dharma, but because he was alienated to the gopis, he taught us total surrender, prem, bhav, love. Krishna Bhagwan, Radha Krishna are the symbol of pure love and devotion. Godhead. ISKCON propagates Godhead, total surrender to the feet of Bhagwan Sri Radha and Krishna. That is the eighth avatar of Bhagwan Sri Krishna. Bolo Shri Satya Narayan Bhagavan ki jai. All Yajman, take flowers in your hand. Final chapter of the Katha, chapter 5. Sutta Vacha Athanyascha Pravakshyami Shrunudam Munisattamaham Asitam Tungvadvajo Raja Prajapalanam Tatparam Prasadam Satya Devasya Tyaktva Dukam Avapasam Ekadasam Vanam Gatva Hatva Bahu Vidyanam Pashum Agatya Vatamulam Gyayam Pashyat Satya Yasya Punjanam Gopa Kurvanti Santushta Bhakti Yukta Sabhandavam Raja Drashtvam tu Darpena Na Gato Na Namasam Tato Gopa Gana Sarva Prasada Nrupasannidom Saunstapya Punaragatya Bhaktvam Sarve Yatistitam Tata Prasadam Satyajya Raja Dukam Avapasaham Tasya Putra Shatam Nashtam Danya Danikam Chayat Satya Devena Tat Sarva Nashitam Mama Nischitam Atasta Treva Gacchami yatra devasya punjanam manasa tu vinishritya yayo gopala sannidho tato so satya devasya pujam gopa gano saham bhakti shraddha vinto bhutva chakara vidina nrupam satya deva prasadenam danya putra nabo bhavat iha loke sukham bhuktva chante satya puram yayom ya idam kurute satya vratam paramam dullabam shrunoti chi katham punyam bhakti yukta falada pradam danya danyadikam tasya bhaveta satya prasadatam daridro labate vittam baddho muchyeta bandhanan bhito bhayat pramuchyeta satyametanam samshayam ipsitam cham phalam bhuktvam chante satya puram jijet itivam katitam vipram satya narayanam vratam yat kritva sarva dukhebhyo mukta bhavati manavam vishesheta kali yuge satya puja phala pradam kechintim kala vadeshyanti satyamimsham tamevahi satya narayanam kechitam satya deva tata parem nana rupo dharam bhutva sarvayamishtasim pradam bhavishyati kalom satya vrata rupi sanatana yah idam patate nityam shrunoti munisattamam satya nashyanti papanim satya deva prasadatam vratam vestu kritam purva satya narayanasya cha tesham tva rajamanim katayami munishwaram Shatanando Mahaprajnam Sudama Brahmano Yabut Tasmitya Janmani Shri Krishnam Jandatva Mokshava Kasta Bharo Vaho Billo Griha Rajo Babhuvaham Tasmin Janmani Shri Ramam Sevyam Moksham Jagamavahim Urka Muko Maharajo Nrupo Dasharato Bhavat Shri Ranganatha Sampujya Shri Vaikuntham Tavamagamat Dharmik Satya Sandascha Sadhu Moradvajo Bhavat Deharda Kachitvam Datva Moksha Muvapaham Tungat Vajo Raja Maharaja Swayambhu Bhavat Kilam Sarvam Bhagavatam Kritvam Shri Vaikuntham Tadagamatam Iti Skanda Purane Reva Kande Satya Narayan Vrat Panchabodhyaya Sampurnama Bolo Satya Narayan Bhagavan Ki Jai. In the 5th chapter of the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha, wonderful lesson we learn about status. Tungadvad Raja, very powerful king, had a lot of pride and a lot of ego, did not associate with any class of people. One day he went hunting, he saw the gopis doing some puja or the other. At the end of the puja, the gopis offered prasad to the king. Because of his status, he did not even touch the prasad. And because of that, Satyanarayan Bhagavan gets extremely angry and destroys his entire kingdom together with his family. When his man's status is reduced to a low level of loss, he falls down onto the ground. He loses his common intelligence, his common sense, and he reduces himself to now a common man. That is what ego can do to a person. Now realizes his mistake and he goes back to where the gopis were doing the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha, and he joins them. There's no discrimination now in this class of people because he's been reduced to that level. He joins, has the prasad, begs for Bhagwan's forgiveness. Bhagwan is merciful. Man vanchit fal prapti artham. Fulfill your wishes, fulfill your... The thousands of rishis are asking Sudji, what happened to all those people that did the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha? What became of them? The poor Brahman in the first chapter was born as Satanand Brahman. Satanand Brahman was born as Sudama in his next birth. We all know the Krishna Sudama Charitra. Sudama was a very poor Brahman. And Krishna Bhagwan and Sudama studied together in school. One very poor, the other the king of the entire universe. Sudama was married. And his wife used to nag him, worry him. Your Bhagwan is a lani, and go and ask him for some help. Go there, beg. We are living in terrible conditions. But Sudama was a humble soul. One day he decides to go to Dwarika to see Bhagwan Krishna. Long time I never see my friend. I want to go and see him. When he arrives at the door there, even this Jay and Vijay, the doorkeepers, refuse to allow him. Torn, tattered. Got one stick with one small bundle of pova, we call it. That's the only thing he could offer as a gift to Bhagwan. And he tells the doorkeepers, please tell Bhagwan Sri Krishna that Sudama is here to see him. Here is Bhagwan Krishna lying on Seshnag, Lakshmi ji pressing his legs. And the doorkeepers come in there and tell Narayan Bhagwan, Krishna Bhagwan, Sudama is here to see you. Bhagwan Krishna jumps up, runs to the door, hugs Sudama, brings him and establishes him on the same seat that he was sitting on. And he tells Lakshmi ji, wash his feet. Sudama was a Brahman, and we accord the same respect to all Brahmins. We wash their feet, put a dot for them, and we garland them. First time, Rukshmani ji, the wife of Bhagwan Sri Krishna, created a doubt in her mind. In the Rukshmani Charitra, she paid for that little misdeed later on in life. Grudgingly, she washed Sudama's feet. They had a good talk, good lunch, supper, and makes his way back home without asking Bhagwan Sri Krishna anything. That is humble soul of Sudama. Bhagwan Krishna knew that when he comes home, his wife will kill him. When he comes home, he couldn't find his hut. And in its place was a palace that Bhagwan Krishna established for him. Man vanchit fal prapti artham, bina mangne se, without asking, Bhagwan Krishna gave him a palace to live in. The woodcutter, in his next birth, he was born as a king of a tribe. In the Ramcharitramanas, Bhagwan Sita Ram Lakshman had 14 years vanvas, and this king of this Bhil tribe served Bhagwan Sri Ram for 14 years, king of this Bhil tribe. Urkamuk Raja, the one that was very, very pious and religious, was born as Dasarath Raja in his next birth. And we all know that to Dasarath Raja, Bhagwan Sri Ramji was born. What happened to the Sadhuvanya and the businessman? He became one of the greatest rulers in India, Mayur Dwaj Raja. His kingdom was entire happy, content, prosperous. And even at that point in time, Bhagwan Sri Narayan said, I need to test this man one more time. Here is Sadhu Vanya. He's reached a level of total surrender by years of worship to Bhagwan Sri Narayan. So when Narayan, Bhagwan, approaches him and tells him, I want half your body, he lifts his two hands and he says, Bhagwan, take. Can we do that? In this human birth, we have an objective in life, but because we live in a very materialistic world and we have duties to perform, it is very difficult to give total surrender to Bhagwan. But what little we can do, Bhagwan says, Shraddha Bhavana. Your love and your devotion to me is just as good as anything that I want in this world. Tungadwar Raja was born as Manu. Shatrupa and Manu, husband and wife, great devotees of Bhagwan Sri Ram, Bhagwan Sri Krishna. She did 10,000 years of tapasya. And at the end of the tapasya, Bhagwan Sri Narayan was happy, offered her her boon, and all she had said was, I want you to take birth of my womb. And Bhagwan Sri Krishna took birth of Manu's, Shatrupa's womb, and thereby creating the first human race. Manu Avatar. That is the essence of the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha, especially in this age of Kali Yuga. The benefits of the Kathas cannot be underestimated. Again, those that are poor will attain wealth. Those that live in constant fear will be protected by Satya Narayan Bhagwan. Those, any desire, इच्छा परिपूर्ण करने के लिए भगवान श्री सत्यनारायण का कथा करना है. Whatever your wishes you want to fulfill, at the end of the katha, when you bow down to the main Bhajan chair, whatever you wish, whatever you ask, bow down and ask, and I will fulfill your wishes for you. That, in essence, is this wonderful solution that Bhagwan Sri Narayan has given all of us to overcome the challenges, these difficulties that we are facing constantly in this very disturbing world, where we are now facing economic crisis. Now we've got recession. Now we've got shortage of food, and prices are going through the roof, and one always asks how we are going to survive. Very easy. Take Bhagwan's name and he will provide. That, in essence, is Satya Narayan Vrat Katha, the most wonderful and the easiest solution that Bhagwan himself has given us to overcome these challenges in this age of Kali Yuga. Bolo Shri Satya Narayan Bhagwan ki jai.
बोलो सत्य नारायण भगवान की जय. सत्य नारायण कलियुग नासाचा देव रे, तरत ज मुक्ति आपे छे.
ओ सत्य नारायण
कलियुग नासाचा देव रे, तरत ज मुक्ति आपे छे. कलियुग नाये साचा देवा, आपे मिठड़ा मेवा.
कलियुग नाये साचा देवा, आपे मिठड़ा मेवा.
कलियुग नाये साचा देवा, आपे मिठड़ा मेवा.
कलियुग नाये साचा देवा, आपे મીઠડા બેવા
નર હરિ મન કપટ તજીને કરો સત્યની સેવા
નર હરિ મન કપટ કરીને કરો સત્યની સેવા
નર હરિ મન કપટ તજીને કરો સત્યની સેવા હો વાલા મારા કરો સત્યની સેવા હે
સત્યનારાયણ સત્યનારાયણ કલિયુગના સતદેવ રે તરત જ મુક્તિ આપે
હે સત્યનારાયણ સત્યનારાયણ કલિયુગના સતદેવ રે તરત જ મુક્તિ આપે છે
સત્યનારાયણ સત્યનારાયણ કલિયુગના સતદેવ રે તરત જ મુક્તિ આપે
કલિયુગના એ સાચા દેવા આપે મીઠડા મેવા
કલિયુગના એ સાચા દેવા આપે મીઠડા મેવા
નરહરિ મન કપટ તજીને કરો સત્યની સેવા
નરહરિ મન કપટ તજીને કરો સત્યની સેવા
નરહરિ મન કપટ તજીને કરો સત્યની સેવા હો વાલા મારા કરો સત્યની સેવા હે સત્યનારાયણ સત્યનારાયણ કલિયુગના સતદેવ રે તરત જ મુક્તિ આપે
જય હો
હરિ બોલ
જય હો જય હો
બોલો શ્રી સત્યનારાયણ ભગવાન કી
શ્રી અચ્યુતમ
કેશવમ શ્રી રામ નારાયણ
કૃષ્ણ
કૃષ્ણ
દામોદરમ વાસુદેવં મંગલમ શ્રીધરમ માધવમ શ્રી ગોપિકા વલ્લભમ
जानकी नायकं श्री रामचंद्रं भजे राम 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 नाम तारकं राम कृष्ण वासुदेव भक्ति मुक्तिदायकं शंकराय गीयमान पुण्यदान कीर्तनं श्री जानकी मनोहर सर्वलोकेशनाथम्
बोलो श्री सत्यनारायण भगवान की जय The last two avatars of Bhagavan Sri Narayan. The ninth avatar was Buddha avatar. Buddha avatar created Narayan Bhagavan took the form of an enlightened person, promoting Gacchami, proper dharma together with rules and regulations. Buddha avatar. We also need to enlighten ourselves in order to attain moksha or attain liberation. The 10th avatar is the last avatar of Bhagavan Sri Narayan, and that is the Kalki avatar. In Kalki avatar, Bhagwan Sri Narayan goes on to say, Dasame kalanki avatar prithvi ka na kalanki karaso. Malesh ne mari Raghavaji sevaka sukha deso. Bhagwan Sri Narayan assumes the form of an animal with one axe and he destroys the entire universe. When Kalanki Avatar takes place, that is the end of, or the near end of Kali Yuga. That is still to come. Kalki Avatar is still going to be coming when end of Kali Yuga. And we don't have to look so serious because Kali Yuga is 435,000 years. So you and I will be coming back here over and over in the cycle of life and death until we complete all our karmas and attain the abode of Vishnu Lok. That, in essence, is the 10 avatars of Bhagwan Sri Narayan. Bolo Shri Satya Narayan Bhagavan ki jai. Aartikam. That brings us to the completion of the Satya Narayan Vrat Katha. We will now do Aarti. After the Aarti, we will do the Thaar, Shanti Paath. Yajmans will remain seated after the Shanti Paath, where we will do the Purnahuti. Thereafter, the formalities will then take place. So now, please, under your budget is the Aarti Thari. Please put some petals of flowers in the Aarti Thari also. And you can light the Aarti Thari. Bharatbhai, you got a clay lamp there with a camphor. After the Aarti, you light the camphor. Okay. And may we all rise. You can please push your stools all back. Thank you. Never put Tulsi. Ask her. Jai ho, jai ho. Light it. Please light the Aartis. Thank you. He's good. Please put some petals of flowers in your Aarti Thari also. बोलो श्री सत्य नारायण भगवान की जय, कृष्ण कन्हैया लाल की जय। ओम जय जगदीश हरे, स्वामी जय जगदीश हरे। भक्त जनों के संकट, दास जनों के संकट क्षण में दूर करे। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। जो जावे फल पावे,
दुख विनसे मन का, प्रभु दुख विनसे मन का। सुख संपत्ति घर आवे, सुख संपत्ति घर आवे, कष्ट मिटे तन का।
ओम जय जगदीश हरे।
मात पिता तुम मेरे, शरण करूं मैं किसकी, प्रभु
शरण करूं मैं किसकी।
तुम बिन और न दूजा, प्रभु बिन और न दूजा, आशा करूं मैं जिसकी।
ओम जय जगदीश हरे।
तुम पूर्ण परमात्मा, तुम अंतर्यामी, प्रभु तुम अंतर्यामी। पार ब्रह्म परमेश्वर, पार ब्रह्म परमेश्वर, तुम सबके स्वामी। के सागर तुम पालन करता, प्रभु तुम पालन करता। मैं बालक अज्ञानी, मैं बालक अज्ञानी, कृपा करो बरता।
ओम जय जगदीश हरे।
तुम हो एक गोचर, सबके प्राणपति, प्रभु सबके प्राणपति। किस विध मिलू दयामय, किस विध मिलू दयामय, तुमको मैं कुमति। ओम जय जगदीश हरे। दीन बंधु दुख हरता, रक्षक तुम मेरे, प्रभु रक्षक तुम मेरे। करुणा हस्त बढ़ाओ, करुणा हस्त बढ़ाओ, शरण पड़ा तेरे।
ओम जय जगदीश हरे।
विषय विकार मिटाओ, पाप हरो देवा, प्रभु पाप हरो देवा। श्रद्धा भक्ति बढ़ाओ, श्रद्धा भक्ति बढ़ाओ, संतन की सेवा।
ओम जय जगदीश हरे।
ओम जय जगदीश हरे, प्रभु जय जगदीश हरे। भक्त जनों के संकट, दास जनों के संकट, क्षण में दूर करे। ओम जय जगदीश हरे।
Light the camphor. कर्पूर गौरम
करुणावतारम, संसार सारम, भुजगेन्द्रहारम, सदा वसंतम हृदयारविंदे, भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि। मंगलम भगवान विष्णु, मंगलम गरुड़ध्वजः, मंगलम पुंडरीकाक्ष, मंगलाय तनोहरि। सर्वमंगलमांगल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थ साधिके, शरण्ये त्र्यंबके गौरी, नारायणी नमोस्तुते,
नारायणी नमोस्तुते, नारायणी नमोस्तुते।
One person from the budget can sprinkle water outside the thari 3 times. Hari Om Yani Kani Cha Papani Janmantakritani Cha Tani Sarvani Nashyantu Pradakshinam Pade Pade, Pradakshinam Pade Pade. Give Aarti to the Bhagwan. Deva Deva Bhivandanam, Deva Deva Bhivandanam, Deva Deva Bhinandanam, Deva Deva Bhinandanam. Circumambulate. Hari Om Sarva Dishayam Vandanam, Chatutam Dishayam Vandanam, Deva Deva Bhivandanam. Your take Aarti. Hari Om Atma Kalyana Vandanam, Atmakalyan Vandanam, Atmakalyan Vandanam. Take the Aartis out. All take your seats. Thaar ga.
બોલો કૃષ્ણ કનૈયા
લાલ કી જય.
શ્રી સત્યનારાયણ ભગવાન
ભગવાન કી જય.
પ્રીતમ જમજો પ્રેમથી પ્રેમે પીરસ્યો થાળ સાદી પણ સ્વાદિષ્ટ છે સરસર રસોઈ તૈયાર જે પીરસું તે ભાવથી જમજો ઓ બાલ ગોપાલ લેજો શ્રી રણ છોડયા ભક્તોની સંભાળ લેજો શ્રી રણ છોડયા ભક્તોની સંભાળ બોલો કૃષ્ણ કનૈયા
લાલ કી જય.
મારા નંદ કુંવરને નોતર્યા સાહેલી રે મારા
નંદ કુંવરને નોતર્યા સાહેલી રે.
ઓમે તો સાકરનો શીરો ધર્યો સાહેલી રે
મેં તો સાકરનો શીરો કર્યો સાહેલી રે.
મારા પ્રભુ પધાર્યા મારે આંગણે સાહેલી રે
ઓ
મારા પ્રભુ પધાર્યા મારે
આંગણે સાહેલી રે.
હું તો વારે વારે જાઉં હરિનો વારણે સાહેલી રે
હું તો વારે વારે જાઉં હરિઓ વારે સાહેલી રે.
ઓમે તો અંતે તિરાંદી ખીચડી સાહેલી રે
મેં તો કંતે
બધા બોલો બોલો
તીરાંદી ખીચડી સાહેલી
મારે હો મારે પૂર્વ જન્મની છે પ્રીતડી સાહેલી રે
મારે પૂર્વે જન્મની છે પ્રીતડી સાહેલી રે.
વાલા કુર કપૂરના કોડિયા સાહેલી રે વાલા પૂર કપૂરના
ઘોડે આસાહે.
ઓ મેં તો પ્રેમે અંબારસ ઢોળિયા સાહેલી રે
મેં તો પ્રેમે અંબારસ ઢોળિયા સાહેલી રે.
હો પ્રભુ ભાવતણા ભૂખ્યા ભમે સાહેલી રે
પ્રભુ ભાવતના ભો વ્યાભમે સાહેલી રે.
હો મીઠડાના ઠાકોર મહી જમે સાહેલી રે
ઓ મિત્રાના ઠાકોર મય જમે સાહેલી રે.
હો મીઠડાના સપ્તાના ઠાકોર મહી જમે સાહેલી રે
સપ્તાના ઠાકોર મય જમે સાહેલી રે.
ઓ મારા નંદ કુંવરને નોતર્યા સાહેલી રે
મારા
મારા
નંદ
નંદ
કુંવરને નોતર્યા સાહેલી.
મેં તો સાકરનો શીરો ધર્યો સાહેલી રે
ઓ મેં તો સાકરનો
શીરો ધર્યો સાહેલી રે મારા નંદ કુંવરને નોતર્યા સાહેલી રે
મારા સત્ય નારાયણને નોતર્યા સાહેલી રે.
ઓ મારા સત્ય નારાયણને નોતર્યા સાહેલી રે
મારા સત્ય નારાયણને નોતર્યા સાહેલી રે.
બોલો કૃષ્ણ કનૈયા
લાલ કી જય.
શ્રી સત્ય નારાયણ
ભગવાન
ભગવાન
કી જય. All rise. Take flowers in your hand. Mantra Pushpanjali. Hari Om Yagnena Yagnamaya Janta Devam Stani Dharmani Pratamanya Sanna Tehanakam Mahimanah Sachanta Yatra Purve Sadhyaha Santi Deva Santi Deva Santi Deva Hari Om Nana Sugandha Pushpani Yatha Kalodbhavani Cham Pushpanjali Maya Datta Grihanamam Parameswaram Om Bhurbhuvaswaham Satya Narayan Devtabhyo Namo Namah Lakshmi Narayana Devtabhyo Namo Namah Matrubhyo Namo Namah Pitrubhyo Namo Namah Gurubhyo Namo Namah Brahmanebhyo Namo Namah Sarva Devtabhyo Namo Namah Iti Mantra Pushpanjali Charana Kamale Samarpayami. Offer it at the feet of Narayan Bhagwan. Mantra Pushpanjali Charana Kamale Samarpayami. Shanti Paath. Hari Om Dhyav Shanti Antariksha Gum
Shanti
Pritavi Shantir Apah Shantir Osha Shanti Vanaspataya Shanti Vishve Deva Shanti Brahma Shanti Sarvagvam Shanti Shanti Reva Shanti Sama Shanti Redhi Om Shanti 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 Susantir Bhavatu. Bolo Shri Satya Narayan Bhagwan ki jai. Ganapati Gajananda ki jai. Shri Lakshmi Narayan Bhagwan ki jai. Shri Rama Lakshmana Janaki jai. Pavan Sutta Hanuman ki jai. Shiva Shankara Bholenath ki jai. Radhe Krishna Bhagwan ki jai. Adya Shakti Ambe Mat ki jai. Adya Shakti Saraswati Mat ki jai. Sadguru Deva ki jai. Hari Om Namah Parvate Pate Har Har Mahadeva Har. Bow down. Push the stools back. Hari Om Mantrahinam Kriyahinam Bhaktihinam Sureswaram Yat Pujitam Maya Deva Paripurnatarastu Me Aparadha Sastrani Kriyantani Shanmaya Sumiti Mamatva Shamaksham Parameshwaram Avahanam Na Janami Tavarchanam Pujante Na Janami Shamaksham Parameshwara Anyata Sharanam Nasti Tvam Evam Sharanam Mama Tasmad Karunabhavanam Rakshamam Parameshwara. Yajmans, please remain seated. 2 minutes. Volunteers, please, can we take the Aartis and Panchamrit out? Struggling. No. Yajmans, please remain seated. Please note that the volunteers will come around to remove all the items from the budget. Please do not remove anything. They will do it. They will pack it. They will have everything ready for you when you come down for your blessings, and they will pick up everything from them. Firstly, on behalf of Saptah Mandir and the Surat Arya Bhajan Mandal, we take this opportunity firstly to thank each and every one of you for joining us in this Pooja, Satya Narayan Vrat Katha. To all our Yajmans here, I think they deserve a wonderful round of applause for making this huge commitment and sacrifice in joining us on this wonderful, beautiful Sunday. No wind, no rain, no load shedding, no water problem. Beautiful Sunday morning. We in Whittaker Avenue, we get 3 times a day water shortage. We are honored by your presence, together with the members of our community that have taken the time to join us in this wonderful, very powerful and auspicious Satya Narayan Vrat Katha. The management also wish to thank the very many sponsors, donors that have come forward, offered their charities, donations, prasad, to make sure that this event goes off as successfully as possible also. To the many members of the management team that has worked during the course of the week to give you this wonderful Vrindavan setting. Do you agree it's a Vrindavan setting? I think each and every one of them deserve a wonderful round of applause. And of course, the members of the Bhajan Mandal, who has given us such wonderful, vibratory Bhajan Kirtan Satsang. Wonderful. Hari Om. We are also honored by the presence of Jagdish Bhai, who's come all the way from Australia, making sure that he comes during this period so he can take part in the Satya Narayan Katha. Jagdish Bhai, we are honored by your presence and we are honored by your commitment. Hari Om. Hari Om. Our founding members of the Bhajan Mandal. Ladies and gentlemen, Satya Narayan Vrat Katha offers us this wonderful solution. Let us take the lessons that we've learned from the Katha. I want each and every one of you to take Soji Prasad in your hand. You note the note, third black. Don't eat. We all hungry, don't eat. राम नाम की लूट है और लुटी सके तो लूट, अंतकाल पछताएगा जब प्राण जाएगा छूट। राम ने गिरा राम की अनेक से गंगा के तीर, अयोध्या नगरी श्री राम की या चौकी हनुमंत वीर। राम ने वाली राम नगरी अने सीता ने वाला श्री राम, ईश्वर ने वाला पार्वती अने गोपी ने वाला कान। सीतापति की कोठरी अने चंदन करे कमाल, धारा कोटि प्रेम की तमे बोलो देव मुराद। चित्रकूट के काट पर ने भाई संतन की भीड़, तुलसीदास चंदन घसे अने तिलक करे रघुवीर। क्या कहूँ छवि आज की अने भले विराजो नाथ, अपने भक्त के कारणे श्री कृष्ण भयो रघुनाथ। सुख उपजे अने कृष्ण कहे दुख जाय, महिमा हरि प्रसाद को अने लीजिए श्री सनमाय। एक घड़ी आदि घड़ी अने आदि में पुलिया, તુલસી સંગત સાધુ કી અને ઘટે ખોટી અપરાધ ચરણામૃત કે કારણે અને મિટ ગયો આડ જંજાર નારી પ્રીતિ નર થયો પ્રભુ એ સૌ દીન દયાળ મોર મુગટ સિર પર ધર્યો અને મુખ મુરલી ગનગોર વૃંદાવન કી કુંજ में પ્રભુ જય જય યુગવ કિશોર પ્રસાદ પામ્યા સૌ જનો અને પહોંચ્યા મનના કોટ એક વાર સૌ બોલજો પ્રભુ જય જય શ્રી રણછોડ સિયાવર રામચંદ્ર કી જય પવન સુત હનુમાન की जय बोलो भाई सब संतन की जय उमापति महादेव की जय रमापति रामचंद्र की जय वृंदावन कृष्ण चंद्र की जय बोलो श्री सत्यनारायण भगवान की
जय
प्रसाद भक्षणम
Now you can eat.
now you can eat your prasad. Thank you. Please note, we have come to the end of our program. Lunch will be served on the upper level. The Yajmans, row by row, will be coming through to offer their blessings to the main budget and also take the Ashirvad of the priest. I will come down and then offer Ashirvad to everybody also. Members of the public, please allow the volunteers to do their Ashirvad first and then you can join them. May I request that everybody comes through from my right and go down on the other side also, row by row. Volunteers, can we please clean up the first row of stools and cushions, please? We need more volunteers here, please, for the first row. Hari Om. Yeah, you can sing while we're doing the Chandlong. Yeah, you can sing. Just
Namaste, Jai Shri Krishna. On behalf of the Shri Satya Bhajan Mandal and Saptah Mandir and our management, I would like to thank our Guruji, Shri Kanya Bhai, for narrating such a beautiful
Hari Om.
Satya Narayan Katha. Do you agree?
Thank you. Hari Om.
Thank you. He did a fabulous job, very informative, very explanatory, and we understood not only the Shri Satya Narayan Katha, but also the Das Avatar and why
Hare
the Lord
Bhai.
took forms on earth for us especially. Thank you, Guruji, once again.
Yeah, I told Mesh to take the Chan, just move the stools out, yeah. Meshant. Hare, give a
Yeah. Bolo Ambe Ambe.
मात की जय
दुर्गे स्मृता हरसि बितिमशेष जंतो स्वस्थे स्मृता मति मति शुभान ददासी दारिद्र दुख दारिद्र दुख
One stool for me.
भयहारिणी कात्वदन्या सर्वो प्रकार करुणाय
Navi.
करुणाय सदा दिचित्ता
Navi,
बोलो
push all
आद्य
that
शक्ति
underneath.
अम्बे
मात की जय
जगदोधारिणी माता दुर्गा जगदोधारिणी माँ
Jagadodarini
माता
Yeah, now that the ladies are clearing up there, then we'll take up one time.
जगदोधारिणी माता दुर्गा जगदोधारिणी माँ
Wait.
माता दुर्गा जगदो
Okay, Laika.
जागो जागो माँ जागो जागो माँ जागो जागो माँ जननी
जागो जागो माँ, जागो जागो माँ, जागो जागो माँ जननी।
जागो जागो माँ, जागो जागो माँ,
चालो।
जागो जागो माँ जननी।
जागो जागो माँ,
चालो।
जागो जागो माँ, जागो जागो माँ जननी।
हे दुर्गे देवी रणचंडी देवी रमना जागो माँ।
हे दुर्गा देवी रणचंडी देवी, हे शिव रमना जागो माँ।
हे दुर्गा देवी रणचंडी देवी हे शिव रमना जागो माँ।
हे दुर्गा देवी रणचंडी देवी, हे शिव रमना जागो माँ।
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 जागो जगदो धारिणी माँ।
जागो जगदो धारिणी माँ।
ओ जागो जगदो धारिणी माँ।
जागो जगदो धारिणी माँ।
जगदो धारिणी माता दुर्गा जगदो धारिणी माँ।
जागो जगदारिणी माता दुर्गा, जगदो धारिणी माँ।
जागो जागो माँ, जागो जागो माँ, जागो जागो माँ जननी।
जागो जागो माँ, जागो जागो माँ, जागो जागो माँ जननी।
जागो जागो माँ, जागो जागो माँ, जागो जागो माँ जननी।
जागो जागो माँ, जागो जागो माँ, जागो जागो माँ जननी।
हे दुर्गा देवी रणचंडी देवी हे शिव रमना जागो माँ।
हे दुर्गा देवी रणचंडी देवी, हे शिव रमना जागो माँ।
हे दुर्गा देवी रणचंडी देवी हे शिव रमना जागो माँ।
हे दुर्गा देवी रणचंडी देवी, देवी शिव रमना जागो माँ।
हे 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 शिव रमना जागो माँ।
ओ जागो जगदो धारिणी माँ।
जागो जगदो धारिणी माँ।
ओ जागो जगदो धारिणी माँ।
जागो जागो माँ धारिणी माँ।
हे श्री गुरु चरण सरोज रज निज मन मुकुर सुधार वरण
वरनौ रघुबल विमल जसु, जोदायक फल चार। बुद्धिहीन तनु जानिके, सुमिरो पवन कुमार। बल बुद्धि विद्या देव मोहि, हरहु कलेश विकार। जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सा, जय कपीस तु लोक उजाकुल।
रामदूत अतुलित बलधामा अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नाम। महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी कुमति निवार सुमति के संगी।
कंचन बरन
मिराज सुबेसा
कानन कुंडल कुंचित केसा।
हाथ ब्रज और ध्वजा विराजे कांधे मूढ़ जनेऊ साजे।
कंकन सुवन केसरी नंदन, तेज प्रताप महाजगवंदन।
विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर राम काज करिबे को आतुर। प्रभु चरित्र सुनिबे को रसिया राम लखन सीता मन बसिया। सूक्ष्म रूप धरि सियहि दिखावा, विकट रूप धरि लंका जरावा, भीम रूप धरि असुर संहारे, रामचंद्र के
काज सवार।
लाय सजीवन लखन जियाए, श्री रघुवीर हर्षि उर लाए।
रघुपति की बहुत बड़ाई, तुम मम प्रिय भरत सम भाई।
सहस्र बदन तुम्हारो यश गावे, अस कहि श्रीपति कंठ लगावे।
सनकादिक ब्रह्मादि मुनीसा, नारद सारद सहि जाई।
यम कुबेर दिगपाल जहाते, कवि कोविद कहि सके कहाते।
तुम उपकार सुग्रीव कीना, राम मिलाय राजपद।
तुम्हारो मंत्र विभीषण माना, लंकेश्वर भय सब जग जाना।
युग शास्त्र जो जन पर भानु, लील्योता ही मधुर फल जानु।
प्रभु मुद्रिका मिली मुख माई, जल दिलांगी गए अचर जनाए।
दुर्गम काज जगत के जेते, सुगम अनुग्रह तुम्हारे थे।
राम दुआरे तुम रखवाले, होत न आज्ञा बिनु पैसारे। सब सुख लहे तुम्हारी सरना, तुम रक्षक काहू को डरना। आपन तेज समारो आपे, तीनों लोक हांकते कापे। भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे, महावीर जब नाम सुनावे।
नासे रोग हरे सब पीरा, जपत निरंतर हनुमत बीरा।
संकट ते हनुमान छुड़ावे, मन क्रम वचन ध्यान जो लावे।
ये सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा, तिनके काज सकल तुम साजा।
और मनोरथ जो कोई लावे, सोई अमित जीवन फल पावे।
चारों युग पर ताप तुम्हारा, हे पर सिंधु जगत उजियारा।
साधु संत के तुम रखवाले, असुर निकंदन राम दुलारे।
अष्ट सिद्धि नव निधि के दाता, असबर दीन जानकी माता।
राम रसायन तुम्हारे पासा, सदा रहो रघुपति के दासा।
तुम्हारे भजन राम को पावे, जन्म जन्म के दुख बिसरावे।
अंत काल रघुवर पुर जाए, कट कटे मिटे सब पीरा। जो सुमिरे हनुमत बल भी।
जय 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 हनुमान गोसाई, कृपा करो गुरुदेव की नाई।
जो सत बार पाठ करे कोई, छूटे बंदी महा सुख होई।
जो यह पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा, होए सिद्धि साखी गौरी।
तुलसीदास सदा हरि चेरा, कीजे नाथ हृदय महादेरा। पवन तनय संकट हरणा, मंगल मूर्ति रूप। राम लखन सीता सहित, हृदय बसहु सुरभूप। सियावर रामचंद्र की जय, पवन सुत हनुमान की जय। उमापति महादेव की जय, बोलो रे भाई सब संतन की जय। बोलो पवन सुत हनुमान की जय। नमः पार्वती पते हर हर महादेव हर।